It's day 2 of the Grand Départ of Tour de France 2026. We're back in Barcelona. The weather's absolutely joyfully wonderful. Could get a bit hotter during the week, but at the moment it's a sight to behold. Jonas Vingegaard in yellow after a beautiful little tapas that was stage 1. 20 kilometers of team time trial racing. Visma Lease a Bike squad celebrating and preparing now to perhaps defend that first yellow jersey of the event. Conditions good. One non-start to tell you about, down to 183. Everyone with a story after day 1. What a stage we had. On stage 1, Visma Lease a Bike looked razor sharp from the very first kilometre of the opening time trial. The team settled quickly into a smooth, disciplined rhythm, tight formation, clean transitions and a pace that never wavers. Their aero setup is dialed, their communication crisp, and every rider hits their mark through the technical streets. As the course tilts upwards towards Montjuic, Visma is fully in control, delivering Jonas Vingegaard to the base of the final climb. It's going to be incredibly close for Jonas Vingegaard. Is he going to take the first stage victory of the week? Well, we've got UAE to follow behind, but through the final bends and over across the line, he is the fastest man. Jonas Vingegaard rolls across the line with a quiet smile, clearly satisfied with his ride and appreciative of the work his teammates put in throughout the day. There's a calm confidence about him as he steps forward to share his thoughts. His reaction, as you might expect, joy and satisfaction.
Obviously extremely happy. It's extremely nice to be in the yellow jersey. Of course it's only stage 1, but just to be wearing the jersey is just something unbelievable in cycling, and I think today I have to thank my teammates for it, because they did all the work for me. We brought some big guys for the flat for the first 16K, and they did an amazing job there, and then the climbers had to take over, and also I think it went perfectly to our plan.
So early bragging rights for Jonas Vingegaard and the Visma Lease a Bike squad. Stage victory on day 1. He's back in yellow for the first time since he won the race back in 2023. Stellar ride from Filippo Ganna. Tadej Pogacar stays in touch. Great climbing for him. 12 seconds adrift. Well, the teams can throw away the time trial bikes for a little while at any rate. They've got to use them again with the first individual time trial, but that's indeed the one and only individual time trial, quite a way away. Time for a little bit of road racing. What's going to happen today? It's a nice, spicy and choppy finale. Let's hear from the experts.
What an incredible start for the Tour de France has been yesterday, with such a big fight in the first team time trial. What is the things, Jens Voigt, which impressed you the most yesterday?
I believe first the average speed. Every team went so fast, and the incredible finish of Filippo Ganna. They had to change plans with the puncture of Kevin Vauquelin. He changed plans. Ganna, it's all up to you. So after working on a flat, he went full gas up the last climb. Fastest time together with Pogacar. That is my highlight for yesterday.
And today another big fight is waiting for us. Anders, both Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar told us in the last couple of days that today's stage is going to make a lot of damage. Do you think it's going to be the case?
I think this is the stage I've been looking most forward to in this Tour de France. We remember stage 4 in Rouen last year, how punchy, how explosive and how unpredictable it was. And I love this mix of classics riders like Mathieu van der Poel, maybe Matthias Vacek, maybe Mads Pedersen, against GC guys like Pogacar, Vingegaard, and I can't wait. It might be also very tactical with UAE having Del Toro, Pogacar. So yeah, I think we're in for a treat.
Mathieu van der Poel actually told us at the presentation that today's stage is probably even a little bit too hard for him. He's going to try, of course, but he doesn't believe it can be possible. What do you think?
I think we will see 3 names on the podium today: Seysar, Vingegaard and Pogacar. I don't know in which order, but I believe it's the day for the big GC riders. Too hard, too technical, too complicated for everybody else.
So let's just have a look at the profile.
A GC day already, says Jens. Well, here's why he's predicting this outcome. I have a big breakaway? Or will we see the big names already assert themselves? It's a relatively benign start to the day. We race along the Balearic coast, 168.5 kilometers in total for the riders. 4 classified climbs, over 2,100 meters of elevation. And you've got the Côte de Bègle with 74 kilometers to go. Then we reach the finishing circuit, 2 full laps. That means 3 times up the Côte du Château de Montjuic, 1.6 kilometers at 9 and a bit percent. It's going to be a bit of a Volta Catalunya style finale. Then the final 800 meters ramp up to the finish. It's going to be a grippy and spicy finale. Alberto Contador has been out to have a look. Well, we are right at the beginning of Montjuic Castle. The climb is 1.6 kilometers long at 9.3% average gradient. First important individual test for the men of the general classification. Well, this is the only part which you can rest slightly before it gets to the really hard portion. Phew, these last 600 meters are going to put the riders' legs to the test. The final 150 meters, narrow road. Here the riders will go to the limit. Finally, we get over this 1.6 kilometer climb, which gets larger and tougher near the top. And here the riders will take a right turn. 2.5 kilometers very fast until the finish line. Which favourite will be losing time? Yeah, which favourites are going to be gaining time? Opportunities and challenges aplenty for all the riders. Arnaud Dély, I wonder how he feels. He's got one out of the way. Today could be really challenging for the sprinters. Indeed, the first few days. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how all of the teams are going to cope with the conditions, how they're going to cope with the roads. Let's hear from Stephen de Jong from Lidl Track.
Stephen de Jong, talk me through today's stage. It's a really difficult stage on paper, but what kind of cards do you have on the table to make sure it's Lidl Trek's race?
Well, I think from the start we will have some wind from the sea, so we will give some protections to our GC guys. And then I expect actually a nice fight for the intermediate sprint. Big fight for the breakaway, of course. The Cat 2 climb we do before the lap will be fast, and then I think the drag race starts into the circuit, and I think from lap 1 there will be a GC fight already.
Which riders within the team are you looking to protect, and have you got, I'm sure you've got big ambitions to try and win the stage. You've got riders who can win today up Montjuic.
Well, I think 3 times this Montjuic climb, I think it reduced, it will limit our choices a bit, but I hope Skelly is on a good day and Juan are on a good day, and then yeah, we have to pick one.
How do you play your cards then, protecting the general classification but also having an eye on a stage victory, because I'm sure it's so important to try and get a stage victory early in this Tour de France?
Yeah, I think for stage victory, I think yeah, we have one real main favorite, I think. And he's riding for UAE. I think yeah, no, I think that he has the best chances for today, and with him not winning yesterday, maybe he's really hungry to win today. So yeah, let's minimize the loss for GC, and yeah, let's hope that we are on a good day and we can follow.
Can you try and anticipate then and try and stop his chances of winning if he's the big favourite?
I think you should not go all in. For GC, there's still a lot of time. You know, there's 3 weeks. You have to spend energy over 3 weeks, so you have to spend your cards well there.
Thank you, Stephen.
Third on
Fascinating insight from Steve de Jong there. Price and his Skjelmose perhaps to inch the bonus seconds at the finish today. Teams being presented and getting set to depart very shortly. We will have our riders into action and promenading through the neutralised section. Relatively short ride out. Well, they've got the bling at the moment, Visma Lease bike, but who thinks and who does everyone think is going to win today? Well, almost everyone picked Netcompany Ineos yesterday, but eventually it's Hanno who takes the first lead of our Tour de France predictor thanks to Visma Lease bike's glory. The game is on. What about today? Well, the first road stage of this 2026 Tour in the streets of Barcelona. A very technical circuit to be done 3 times. Who will beat the specialist, Mathieu van der Poel? It's kind of a giant cyclocross, and I don't see how he can be beaten. For me, victory for the Dutchman, Mathieu van der Poel.
Überraschung, Überraschung. Heute ist ein
surprise, surprise. Today is a day for Tadej Pogacar. He came close yesterday, but he wants a stage win. He wants to confirm his status as the favourite for this Tour de France. He's got the team, he's got the motivation, he's got the form. Tadej Pogacar will win today's stage in the Tour de France. Stage 2 will be won by Tadej Pogacar from UAE Team Emirates XRG. I think it's a bit of a question mark today if the breakaway will make it or if it will be for the peloton. My prediction is that Pogacar wants his revenge after he lost yesterday to Vingegaard. The mental game is on, and stage 2 will be won by Poggi. A bit more of a mix. Well, not much of a mix. It's Hannah Walker who's bucking the trend a little bit. She's gone from Mathieu van der Poel, and everyone else thinks it's going to be the man in polka dots, Tadej Pogacar. Plenty of fans of Richard Carapaz and others in the field today. If Education Easy Post squad leaked a bit of time yesterday, maybe they'll have their eyes on the prize from a breakaway. See how this one plays out. The Jersey classification hole is presented to the crowd ahead of the neutralised start. Jonas Vingegaard leads in general classification. Egan Bernal, by dint of the fact that he rolled to the front of the Netcompany Ineos lineup as they arrived at that 5-kilometre intermediate point, well, he gets the green jersey. There will be points, though, to be battled for out the road. The intermediate sprint comes with 83 of the 168 kilometres to go, and expect a big old battle for that. 25 points on the line. By way of comparison, there are actually 30 points available for the green jersey competition for the winner of today's stage. Now, he's very often led this classification. He hasn't very often worn this jersey. I'm not sure if he has ever worn it indeed. And it's Tadej Pogacar, resplendent in his maillot au point costume. It's jersey and skin short. Great heritage, great history here in Tarragona. Anders Milke has been out for a little bit of a ramble through the pits, trying to see what he can glean.
Follow me along. We are following the riders up to the start of stage 2 of this year's Tour de France. Maybe we can get a quick talk with Maxime van Giels. Can we get a quick comment? Maxime, if I say that you are outsider for today, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe in the past, but now with Remco, it's a little bit different.
Is it all for Remco today?
We will see how it goes in the race, but I think he proved in the past that he can win on the circuit, so I think we can go for it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Words from Maxime van Giels. We just had Tadej Pogacar in the polka dot passing by. Alex Boudin also wants to watch out for today. Mathias Skjelmose. I'm very, very excited for Skjelmose. Last thing to add, the riders arrived quite late to the mix zone today, and that could be because of long tactical meetings in the buses before stage 2.
Late arrival. Maxime Verheels, he was absolutely stunning yesterday, wasn't he? What a great support he was to Remco Evenepoel. And Evenepoel indeed did one of the most impressive performances yesterday, because not only was he rolling through and indeed driving through for the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, but also had something in hand to perform in the final climb. And some of the other GC contenders, by contrast, had something of an armchair ride into those final grippy climbs inside the last 3.5 kilometres. So the riders are rolling out. They've got, as you can see, just a smidgen under 6 kilometres of a promenade before the Tour de France really gets underway. Everyone's got a story from yesterday. Just one non-starter to report. Unfortunately, news coming overnight then after that crash for the Groupama squad. Clement Berthet, fortunately a non-starter today. If there are any other riders that are suffering bumps and bruises, and there are a few, we'll bring you those news very shortly. Megan Bernal accepting the plaudits of the crowd and enjoying his experience in the green jersey. First and last day, I suspect, for him in the lead of that points classification. No points as well distributed for Tadej Pogacar, but he has the Maillot Poix as a result of his performance in setting the fastest time over the final 3.7 kilometres of yesterday's stage. No points distributed, but I think it was probably a good way of deciding who was going to get that jersey. So the long ride through and out of Tarragona, which is not a regular destination for the Volta Catalunya, but it has played host to the Vuelta a España on a few occasions. Bandaging for Paul Sexas. What a difficult moment it was for him with that crash in the Tour of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. And other riders as well suffering all sorts of bumps and bruises. 3 riders crashing from the Astana squad, so they'll have a little bit of recovery to try and work through as this race progresses. Astana squad, Nicolas Vinokourov, Simona Velasco and Harold Tejada, their Colombian climber, coming to grief yesterday. .5k rollout for these riders through Tarragona, which styles itself as the cultural and scientific capital of this part of Catalonia. Let's get some of the atmosphere on board from yesterday's stage. Yeah, great selection of images, contrasting fortunes for many of the riders in there, and painful indeed to see the camera from the back of Davide Ballerini's bike at his Astana teammates coming to grief. All 3 back in the fray today, we understand. Remco Evenepoel and Julian Alaphilippe down the back of the peloton at the moment, just engaging in a bit of former World Road Race Champions conflab ahead of today's second stage of Tour de France. 168.5 kilometres in prospect for the riders. Taking a little promenade through Tarragona. May not be here again anytime soon. First time it's played host to the Tour de France, and they're certainly making the most of it. So the balloons are out and looking pretty good. They've certainly put their hat on, the local municipality, making the most of this experience. And the parasols are very much not parapluies today. No sign of any rain. We hope that prevails. A lot of talk about weather conditions in France as we head north and into the week. This is, at the moment, absolutely benign and wonderful conditions for the riders to behold, and we hope that that is something that prevails throughout the week. Inside 4 kilometres to go to the start. Probably a good time to bring in Jonathan Mould very shortly. He's the former Commonwealth Games road race medalist, DS of Unibet Rose Rockets. Mouldy's with us throughout Tour de France 2026. And very shortly we're going to hear from Mathieu van der Poel, many people's pre-stage favourite for honours. Gets up the short ramps. Will he be able to infiltrate the fight amongst the GC contenders? We'll hear from John very shortly, but we'll hear now from Mathieu van der Poel. What does he fancy for today?
Mathieu van der Poel, how do you remember Rouen last year, stage 4? Because looking at the circuit in Barcelona, it could be similar, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a bit harder. We do a few more of those last climbs we had there, so yeah, it's also pretty warm today, so I think it will be a tough race.
We always know you at the start at the Tour de France. How will you climb? How confident are you going into Montjuic against Pogacar, Vingegaard and Remco?
Yeah, confident but realistic, I would say. So I know, yeah, if they really go for it, it will be very hard, not only for me but also for 95% of the bunch, I would say. So yeah, let's see how the race goes today and how the legs feel.
Finally, Mathieu, well done with the TTT yesterday. Is there anything inside you dreaming about another yellow jersey in this race?
Not really. Yeah, I knew in advance it would be really tough to go for it. So yeah, it's also not that big of a problem. So luckily I already had the chance to wear it. So it will not happen every year, of course. So just try to focus on the stages that suit me well and go for stage win with me and with Jasper.
Good luck today.
As Pollock just attends to a little bit of business, he'll be supporting Tadej Pogacar, but interesting to get the thoughts of Mathieu van der Poel. He and pretty much everyone else, John Mould, thinks that this is going to be a GC day.
Yeah, I think that's the overall, definitely the talk of this peloton at the moment. It's going to be a general classification day, and everyone is talking about that man Tadej Pogacar, aren't they? And no one else seems to be mentioning anyone else, and maybe Van der Poel just taking a little bit of pressure off himself and the team. Maybe he'll have a go if he's there, but I think that really means Alpecin aren't going to look to control today. They'll just see if there's an opportunity. So yeah, maybe a little bit of mind games, but we never know.
And does that mean that teams will be less inclined to throw themselves at breakaways? Are we going to see some of sort of A-list breakaway contenders maybe keeping their powder dry for days to come, or is this less of an opportunity for some of those riders who won't be considered a GC threat but who are class bike riders in their own right?
I definitely think we'll see a bit of a fight today, because if there is a big enough gap, then you really put the pressure on those general classification teams. So Visma, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, and of course UAE Team Emirates. When you put the pressure on them, do they neutralise each other, watch each other, and don't worry about a breakaway? Is a big question. Do Visma, Lisa Bike, want to keep that yellow jersey for the next few days? So maybe in their mind, maybe a breakaway of not general classification riders could be allowed to go all the way to the finish. So there's a bit of complex stuff to happen here, especially in these early stages.
Yeah, a lot to be gleaned from yesterday's stage, a lot to be understood, I think, after today's stage in terms of form. Not sure if you've had a look at the times from those final 3.7 kilometres and sort of absorbed it in relation to everything that went before it as well. A problem here for Sebastian Berwick. I think he's definitely a rider we're going to see trying to get up the road. As indeed is this man, Angus Court. New national champion, of course, at Denmark, isn't he, after last weekend?
Yeah, just announced his retirement as well at the end of the season. So I think he announced it just before he won the Nationals. So I don't know whether that'll change anything. Probably not.
In terms of his attacking flair, we're definitely going to see him at some stage during this 3 weeks, I feel. There's the Gymnastic Tarragona football stadium. I had to look up exactly who they are, but they play in the 3rd division, or the 3rd level of Spanish soccer. No stress, front wheel change these days. I mean, obviously they're inside the neutralised section. It's all very relaxed at the moment, but we don't see as many bike changes as we did when the disc brakes first came in. Teams are they're much more likely to want to go to a wheel change, especially, I suppose, if it's a front wheel change. But I mean, it just seems like there's less stress around the whole disc brake thing than there used to be.
Yeah, there is. I think it's actually understanding how the disc brake goes in and making sure it doesn't rub. And some riders, actually it's personal preference, some riders really want to change bike because they don't like having a wheel change where the disc then could rub. You haven't lined it up perfectly. And then other riders really don't want to get on their spare bikes because they feel different, even if they're set up perfectly. There is something, you ride a bike for a long enough time, you just feel at home on it. And sometimes you get on that second bike or third bike and they just feel completely different.
Different horses for courses. Not everyone, of course, using the power drill as well to put that the bolt in. Some going for a manual application. Out on the beach, out on the Balearic Coast, it's hot today. It's north of 30 degrees. It's set to cool as we get a little bit further and closer to the evening, actually. So that will be of some consolation and relief, I suspect, to the riders. But we could get up to mid-30s by the time we get to that first categorised climb of Tour de France 2026. That's the Côte de Begues that comes with 74 kilometres to go. 6 and a bit kilometre Cat 2 little gripper just to play themselves into that competition. Are we going to see a scrap for the early Maillot Poix as well? Who's going to want to get up the road maybe to try and claim that? Or will it be control? So much to be decided. We're approaching the point at which the flag will come in and these riders will be dispatched and into road racing. Tour de France, stage 2 gets underway. Flags ready to come in, and the riders after yesterday's hors d'oeuvre, or tapas if you will. Ben Healy, difficult moment for him, not really what he might have liked, but he has spoken about going for stages and maybe leaking a little bit of time in those early stages this week to give himself a little bit of space to explore his opportunities in the breakaway. Who's going to form the first breakaway of the first road race action of Tour de France 2026. The 113th edition of this race is about to get underway. Best luck, one and all. We're underway. And who's going to get himself on radio tour with the dispatch? And the first attacks and the first salvos fired. Looks like Lotto Intermarché want to be reported as having tried first. And why not? And how long will it take for something to establish itself? I mean, very often in long stage races, you'll see the first break of the day, or the first break in those early stages, actually can form quite early on. But the Tour de France may be just a slightly different prospect.
Yeah, and actually the roads all the way are wide, similar size to what you can see on the screen right now. So no real narrow points where that's when there is a narrow road, that's where you can really block things off. A team can get to the front and close the race down, allow a breakaway to go. So this is, if it's going to stay like this,
that kind of behaviour, there are those that think that's a little bit. That's not okay. I remember Dan Martin, at length a few years ago, talking about how he just felt it was very unfair and unreasonable. But many people think it's just part of the sport.
Yeah, it is. Well, everyone knows that that's that narrow point. So if you want to get in the breakaway, when I was a rider, I'd love it because I know I need to go 500 metres, 1 kilometre before that narrow point. If I'm away in a breakaway there, I know that the peloton will then try and shut things down. So it works both ways. Right. I think it doesn't work very well when you've missed it and then it's shut down and you're not allowed out and you're stuck. But on the other hand, if you've done your homework, you knew exactly where that point or where they could shut the race down. So you need to be ahead of it.
But it's not the kind of situation or environment that's going to necessarily allow that level of control. So at the moment, it looks like we're going to have a sustained push for that early break. Just got an image of Quinn Simmons, who dropped out relatively early in his in the Little Treks lineup yesterday, but maybe that was the plan. The US National Road Race champion defended his title lately, and he's feeling pretty good about things.
It's always interesting just to see which teams are the aggressive teams. So you can see now Team Jayco Alula. They, of course, have Michael Matthews, who could be in or around that mix for stage victory, especially in the top 10. So they're trying to put a rider in that breakaway, and that relieves any commitment that they need to show to control the race.
I would venture to suggest that Julian Alaphilippe's not interested in getting into the break. He's punching tickets at the back at the moment. The former World Road Race champion, 6 times a stage winner of this event. He's run 5th overall, I think, ultimately in this race as well. And he's at the moment just going to follow along in the wheels at well north of, it's just clocking on about 50 kilometres an hour. If you're looking at the wind, any chance that could play a role today?
Yeah, we have all the way until around 82k to go in the build-up to that categorised climb. It's more a cross tailwind from the rider's right-hand side, so directly from the coast, from that lovely beach we get to see. But you can see how far away the road actually is away. It's around 18 kilometres an hour. I wouldn't expect it to split, but enough wind just to hurt the legs, to be honest, in the peloton. You're always going to be on the pedals. You're always going to be taking that wind from the side. So it's all about protecting your GC riders, your stage contenders for today, protecting them, keeping out of the wind and trying to save as much energy as possible for them.
Felix Engelhardt, the new German National Road Race champion, fancies a little bit of a cut up the road. There's nothing like a little bit of form, and you might as well try and show it. He's actually in my TNT Fantasy League team, but I think I left him out of today's lineup, so I'm not sure. It's bittersweet, actually, about whether how much enthusiasm I have for the idea that he's going to be in the breakaway. No surprise to see this kind of level of commitment as well from the Caja Rural squad. Local team, back in the Tour de France for the first time since a previous incarnation. I mean, it was a different team, really, were involved in the sport at this level, at Tour de France level. I think 1989 was the last appearance of Caja Rural, so they're back on a sponsor's invite, if you will. But they've earned it as a result of their performances. And the Division 2 squads, naturally enough, feel a responsibility. They also feel that it's their best opportunity. So the Caja Rural team, I suspect the message in the bus today was something like one of our guys in every attack. Is it as blunt an instrument as that, or can you give a little bit more nuance to direction?
Yeah, it really depends on the goal of the team. If you really want to be in the breakaway, then yeah, I think the meeting really is quite easy and clear. Like, we need someone there, guys. It's as simple as that, 1 or 2. If you're looking for stage victory and how you want to go for it, or a stage result as such, then of course that plans change a little bit.
If you're just joining us, we're here for the day, and it is the first road race action of Tour de France 2026. Stage 2, going to take the riders from Tarragona back to the capital of Catalunya, Barcelona, and we've got a fabulous finishing circuit, including 3 assaults on the Chateau de Montjuic, an absolutely fabulous setting. Famous, indeed infamous part of the world in Catalunya and wider Spanish history as well. You'll see the Chateau a while from now, but before that we've got a little bit of racing to do. Frank van den Broek's and representing another team that we're always likely to go looking for opportunities in the breakaway. He's a fine climber. He won't be afraid of that Cat 2 climb to come with about 74 kilometres of the day remaining, nor indeed the finishing climbs. But he and these other breakaway riders, Engelhart in there, will certainly know that they're going to have to open up a significant advantage over the GC contenders, because all the heroes think that that's what's going to be, a GC fight. Well, there'll be, I suspect, a bit of a GC fight. Will it be for stage honours at the end of today? The UAE Team Emirates squad only third yesterday.
First 20 kilometers, less wind than predicted, so less than 20 kilometers
Oh,
per
crash.
hour. Quite covered
Riders down.
area, good road.
Well, not quite the first crash of the week for some riders, but that was a painful looking one, and Sylvain Dillier among the riders that have hit the deck. Also difficult moment for Team Picnic Post-Tenel as their man Robbie Daunt, who's making his debut in this event, has hit the deck. Anton Karmig, fine climber, a couple of Swiss, Danish rider Lee Karmig.
So Biniam Girmay.
Aaron Gates, the oldest debutant, and Biniam Girmay, one of the favourites for the green jersey competition. Well, he needs to be up and fit and in that peloton in order to score points. It looks as if this is, well, the rider they're most concerned about is Robbie Daunt, the 22-year-old Tour de France debutant, the Belgian rider with Team Picnic Post-Tenel, getting a painful introduction to La Grande Boucle. Wow. Well, he's reporting something's broken. I hope it's just the bike.
His shoes, I think. I think he was just saying my shoes are broken. So, yeah, in the team cars, every rider will have a spare pair of shoes just for that exact moment when you break a buckle or you rip the side of your shoe off.
Well, that's easily rectified, and they'll hope to get him up and in as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, these 3 riders haven't yet broken the elastic. They're still going to have to work for this one. Interesting to hear that the wind is not quite as intense as these as they were anticipating. I suppose that also could potentially make it easier for this 3.
Yeah, maybe make it a little bit less nervous with less wind. But as we can see, already one crash. Yeah, not even 10 kilometers into the race. So there's a lot of nerves today, and all that crash means to do as well is just increase the nerves for all the riders. Even if you're nowhere near it, you hear it behind you, and then you can feel the tension within the peloton.
He's relaxed. That's cool, isn't it? I mean, he's been there before, isn't he? That level of experience.
Ooh. And he was right to the front of it. Right to the front of the peloton, actually, which is
frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can see how easy it happens. Just one little touch of wheels, one bit of drop in concentration. And, unfortunately, riders behind have got nowhere else to go.
Well, the GC team looks a bit like Campenarts is at the front, and I suspect he's kind of saying, well, we're happy with that. Have we got the break of the day? They haven't quite got a winning advantage for that accolade. Still going to have to be made to fight for it. The riders playing themselves into this first road stage. We saw and heard about the cramp for 1 or 2 riders. Kian Uiterbrooks, I think, was probably significantly affected by cramp yesterday. Less so Maxime Vachiels, who finds himself having to work his way back up, delayed by that crash. And he really was impressive yesterday for Remco Evenepoel. Only he and Florian Lipovitz available to Evenepoel as they went into the closing moments of yesterday's stage. Of course, Lipovitz defending his own possibilities on general classification, but Maxime Vachiels was a great ally, and I really do think that the performance of Remco Evenepoel yesterday was exceptional. He looks like he's on really good form. Let's see how Dorian Godon is feeling after that little spill.
So he's just back with the Ineos, the Net Company Ineos team doctor. So they have their team doctor in the second car normally. So he's gone back and had the treatment straight away from the doctor. Other teams, you go back to the race doctor. There's 2 or 3 race doctor cars in every race, but Ineos usually have their doctor in that second car. So
how many teams will have a doctor available to them? Some,
but
not all.
Every team has to have a race doctor on the race. So it's a UCI rule. So everyone has to have at least one. So normally they have 1 or 2. 1 minimum covers the whole race for the whole team. And it's up to whether some teams will put doctors in the feed zones, some doctors will make sure they're at the finish line, and then some teams, of course, have their doctors in that second team car.
Yeah, space is at a premium in those cars. There's a lot of stuff in there. A hell of a lot of gels. About 1 billion bidons and room for a few humans as well. Yeah.
Usually the setup, first team car would have 2 DSs, so 1 driving, 1 on the radio to really concentrate, and then in the second car then they'll have another director sportive driving, potentially doing some radio but really not needed with the other car, and then the team doctor in the passenger seat then.
And then a mechanic behind.
And then a mechanic behind and all the wheels. And all the tools.
Yeah, I still think that you could design an automobile if you had the finance and the available lucre. If you're sponsored by an automobile manufacturer, there is an actual perfect automobile that could be designed to support these riders.
Yeah, you can't keep up with the mechanics, though. They bring more and more stuff. If you give them enough space, they'll bring the whole truck with them, I
think. Yes, I can imagine. Yeah, much always wants more. So we're still very much on. No sign of this early move. And Lotto Intermarché, after their nursing, great job of nursing Arnaud de Leede through to the finish line yesterday, looking to investigate their possibilities on the attack. Leonard van Eekveld leaked a bit of time yesterday, 136 down already after just one 20-kilometre stage. And these 3 riders still clear of the field, but you sense that there's every chance they could be visited by a few, or maybe all of the peloton. Turbo Derba's heading to retirement at the end of the year. He's also heading back to the team car as he got a slightly squishy back wheel. Well, clearly there's some issue because I don't think he's gone back to collect gels this early in the stage, and the pace is still very high. That breakaway group of 3 riders still hanging on grimly. Meanwhile, plenty of attention and work for Kevin Volkenhout over the first couple of days. Well, if he gets all his punctures out of the way in the first sort of 30 or 40 kilometres of racing across this 3,200 and a bit kilometres, that'll do him, I suspect. But that is, 2 punctures in relatively quick succession for him.
Yeah, some rotten luck. You could really see the disappointment for Vauquelin yesterday. I think he was the chosen rider for Net Company Ineos, trying to win and trying to go for stage victory and the yellow jersey. And that puncture, just in that slow rear wheel puncture on stage 1, and then now the front wheel puncture.
Yeah, Kevin Volkenhout losing quite a bit of time yesterday, 26th overall.
Hi Rob, it's lovely to hear you, lovely to speak to you. I'm just
Le Chateau de Tamagrit, looking out over the Balearic Sea. Are we going to see these riders with their narrow advantage? Are they going to get a little bit more? A beautiful Tamarit Castle, by the way, is an 11th century edifice, Romanesque and Gothic. It's private property. Quite the party going today, haven't they? Quite a crowd out in that beach. Meanwhile, our breakaway group of 3 plows on regardless, and this level of investment, so will it be remembered at the end of 3 weeks? Remains to be seen. Le Monastère de Poblet, Miguel Poblet, one of the most famous Spanish cyclists of all time, of course. I don't think he's anything to do with this one. Meanwhile, apparently it's the 4th day that Tadej Pogacar has worn the polka dot jersey as leader of the mountains classification, albeit he is, I think, something like 27 days he's actually led that class. Oh, goodness me. Well, Astana, well, wasn't for bad luck. Aaron Gate, the oldest debutant in the race at 35 years of age. The Kiwi, I mean, I thought it was absolutely terrific to see this. I mean, he's a really terrific track man who's sort of plied his trade for many a long year at continental level teams. And then just in the last couple of years, he's been elevated to World Tour status with the Astana squad. He's generated huge points for them. And he's been a really impressive Moneyball purchase, I think, for the Astana squad. And he's won his right to be part of the Tour de France at 35 years of age. And lo and behold, immediately picks up a little bit of a nasty looking cheek injury. I hope he's able to continue.
Yeah, he came in that time where STS Astana are in that battle for staying up in the World Tour, all that UCI points. And he came in and he scored a lot of points for the squad. And yeah, he's been able to bring that experience from that track so many times, so many years of racing as well, and really found his feet there. And saw a clip from the team on social media yesterday talking about how disastrous that crash was for XDS Astana, but even Aaron Gate stepping onto the bus saying, XDS Astana saying, don't worry about it, Aaron, I'm happy. Yeah, there's 20 stages left to go. This is only the first one. So now a little bit more misfortune, and again, just need to remind him, I'm sure, Peter Kenyuk on the radio, 19 stages left, Aaron, like that. That's a good attitude to have.
A few technical snafus there. We can hear Jonathan Harris-Bass. He's coming in a little bit earlier. We're going to be hearing him a little bit later in this broadcast, but as you might expect, heading into 3 weeks of racing and multiple platforms, multiple broadcasts. Jonathan's just working out what the dinner's going to be like for later on. And all these riders, no time for dinner. Mike Grabachel, Frank van den Broek, we think of him, of course, up the road with Romain Bardet a few years ago. He was part of the, I won't say a bit part player, he finished second on the day, but it was such an occasion for Romain Bardet to take that stage success. Bardet, of course, is going to be a DS, isn't he, coming up pretty soon. Got to think about it. But now joining up for another long-range breakaway attempt. This time he's got Alex Molenaar, another rider who performed a great distinction yesterday. Damien Howson is veteran of the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. Another rider hitting a little bit of difficulty with the punctures. A lot of punctures early on in this stage, and the roads look pretty smooth and nicely manicured. Quite a bit of a conversation. And Biniam Girmay is still not in.
A bit of a long chase in the end, just coming back to that peloton all the way from that crash. That's Maxime Van Gils and Biniam Girmay, and of course Anton Sharmid, the Danish rider for Uno X.
A nice little road division, one of the more attractive pieces of road furniture that the riders will encounter. And the Lotto Intermarché squad, team that could do with a little bit of good luck after Arnaud Delis encountering that difficulty, and for the second major stage race in a row, second Grand Tour stage race in a row, arriving sick to the event and hoping to recover in the early stage. It didn't quite work out for him as he would have hoped in Giro d'Italia. Let's hope he'll be okay in the Tour. The Balearic Sea, looking pretty you might say. Their way through the Barra Gates. It's a first century construction. Remarkable.
It looks like one rider from Lotto Intermarché was just jumping across when the last time we saw the peloton. And the peloton looked like it was across the road. A bit of calmness there. Haven't got the number yet. Yeah, I think one more here with 4 riders, it makes a big difference. And I think it did look like the Frenchman Baptiste Wierstroffer, who, as many of you know, absolutely love a breakaway. You get confirmation of his number, you'll get to see. But that gap now, slowly eking out, isn't it? Just ticking up. Now over 30 seconds, and it keeps rising. So I think the peloton pretty happy now.
Overall winner of Presidential Cycling Tour of Turkey back in 2024, Frank van den Broek.
Really good work, Frank. That's really good, Frank. So obviously, there's still plenty of attacking in the peloton here. The guy's still trying to jump across.
So a lot of go coming. Do you wait? With 40 seconds, they can't really afford to mess around.
No, but I think the gap to Wierstroffer would be a bit less. So yeah, okay, 30 seconds. It's a long gap. Peloton only at 42. Unfortunately, at this point, you can't wait. You have to keep rolling out front. If the peloton really sits up, then maybe you can afford to allow Wierstroffer to come across. You always want more numbers with you in the breakaway, of course. So it's a massive advantage to have 4 instead of 3. And it looks
there's the visual reality of it. But it is, as you said, and as you suggested, Baptiste Wierstroffer, who's managed to detach himself from that main peloton. The peloton spread wide across the road. It would suggest that they are minded to let this group have a little bit of an opportunity. Meanwhile, riders going back, including Dorian Gordon, not his first trip to the team car. This looks like it's a more conventional and routine visit. Plenty of netting already. Oh, the French strongman. Damien Howson as well. We've seen him off his bike, needing technical assistance. And he's back and around at the team car. Well, Baptiste Wierstroffer is making his debut in this event, so proud moment for him. Great opportunity for him to see what's possible. 26-year-old Frenchman from Vernon, stage winner in Tour of Oman, of course, right at the outset of the 2026 season. Stage winner in the Tour de la Bretagne Cycliste in 2024, that assisted him up and into full professional standings with the Lotto squad. He's second season rider with that team, looking to impress, to extend his career in the paid ranks, and making his debut in that in the Tour de France. His team, 21st of the 23 teams yesterday. One to be got through for them, never likely to challenge. Let's hear from Baptiste Wierstroffer. We caught up with him ahead of his debut in Tour de France.
Baptiste, vous êtes le Paul Sexas de la Lotto Intermarché. Premier grand tour, Tour de France.
Ouais, j'ai peut-être pas les mêmes jambes, mais ouais, direct, premier grand tour. Bah après, j'ai déjà fait des grands tours en perso, on va dire, en vacances, en vélo, mais jamais en... Voilà, là c'est le tour, c'est autre chose. Vraiment, on sent là encore, première vraie présentation d'équipe, c'est aussi un peu un vrai départ aussi après le chrono par équipe.
Il y avait du stress, Baptiste, il y avait de l'excitation. Comment vous avez géré ça hier?
Ouais, les derniers jours, c'est un peu stressant. Tu cherches un peu ta forme. T'es là, oh, aujourd'hui, je suis pas bien en entraînement. Ah, en fait, le lendemain, t'es bien. Puis après, bah, t'es là, hier, t'avais les pieds dedans, donc c'est parti. Puis tu te dis, ah, bah, c'est bon, c'est juste le stress. Mais, ouais. Maintenant, c'est bon, une fois que c'est parti. Je pense encore aujourd'hui, ça va être un peu stressant dans le peloton. Peut-être que du coup, je vais peut-être pas rester dans le peloton, ça, on va voir. Mais, ouais, je pense que ça va être une journée assez stressante aujourd'hui. Demain, c'est plus dur, ça va faire des écarts. Mais aujourd'hui, ouais, je m'attends à une journée assez stressante avec beaucoup d'aménagements urbains. Et cette journée-là me stressait un peu plus que d'autres. Mais maintenant, on y est, on a une équipe, c'est pour tout le monde pareil.
On peut vous voir à l'avant justement pour pas rester dans le peloton, pour prendre un peu vos aises et ouvrir le chemin?
Ouais, pour bien débuter ce tour, un peu comme j'ai l'habitude de courir. Je pense que je vais essayer de me retrouver devant. peu importe, tout seul, à 15, à 20, à 2, 3. Je vais essayer, je pense. Je sais pas trop si ça va être une grosse bataille. Donc, parce qu'il y a aussi le grimpeur qui peut être intéressant à les prendre. Ça peut être voilà, bien d'avoir un maillot dès le premier jour. Bon, c'est le Tour, hein, tout le monde le veut aussi ce maillot, même si c'est pour une journée, ça représente beaucoup. Donc on va essayer. Ouais.
Qu'est-ce que vous dites, Baptiste, quand vous repensez à vous, Minot, je sais pas moi, à 6-7 ans, quand vous regardez justement le Tour de France, là vous dites je fais partie de ce grand spectacle. Ouais, qu'est-ce que vous vous dites?
Le grand cirque du Tour, on appelle ça, le grand cirque du Tour. Et non, on n'est pas les clowns dedans, mais voilà, on est acteurs du cirque. On est peut-être les animaux, et puis il y a les dresseurs à côté, c'est ASO. Non, je sais pas si l'image est bonne, mais ouais, c'est maintenant, ouais, c'est un grand truc le Tour. Quand on se rappelle, ouais, là, quand j'ai commencé le vélo, etc., c'est ce moment-là qu'on se rappelle, avec les grands-parents, on regardait dans le canapé, pendant les vacances d'été, etc., c'est ça souvent qu'on se rappelle. Et maintenant, dire qu'on y est, c'est autre chose. Ouais.
Plein de bonnes choses. Merci, Baptiste.
Merci.
Proud moment, huge moment for him. He's described as the Paul Sexas of Team Lotto Intermarché, his first Grand Tour, and it's the Tour de France, and he's a Frenchman. And he said, yeah, I might have the same legs, but first Grand Tour. And it's great to get that sense of enthusiasm, real brio and joie de vivre about it, isn't it? He's definitely throwing himself into this one. He's already up the road and looks to me as if he's made the early move. So fair play to Baptiste Verstroffer.
Yeah, he's always a rider who's really keen to go on the attack in those other races for the past few seasons. Someone who really animates every race he's in, and you can see in that interview how excited he is and how honoured he is to even be riding the Tour de France, and he's really happy and just wants to go out and race his bike.
Yes, and he did actually allude to the fact that there are, of course, mountain points coming at the halfway point of the stage, and maybe an opportunity to score well in that particular competition. You'd never know. Early on, could be a great opportunity to head to the podium in his first Grand Tour. Meanwhile, other Frenchmen tapping along in the wheels. Solid job done by Romain Gregoire yesterday. He'll be feeling relatively confident and relaxed about things, I think, after his performance yesterday. For a long time in the hot seat on behalf of Groupama FDJ, ultimately finishing the day 12th, 41 seconds down. Tadej Pogačar, as we mentioned, sits 12 seconds down. For great performance by him. Fastest through that final 3.7 kilometers with the assistance of Isaac Del Toro. Just two riders from the UAE left in contention at that point. For me, MVP really was Filippo Ganna, because he was there to drive it on the flat all the way to sort of giving an armchair ride and a sort of a virtual handsling to Kevin Bokeland into those final climbs. And then suddenly he's got to sub up and represent and go as deep as he's ever gone in his life, I think, to try and deliver a stage success, ultimately coming up just 8 seconds short. But that was a stunning effort.
Yeah, it really was. To change the plan on the fly. We saw an interview with Geraint Thomas before that as well, saying you try and plan everything and go through everything, but yeah, like I think he said something like a Mike Tyson quote, which was, once you get punched in the face, everything changes. That's exactly what happened to Netcompany and Ineos. They lost Vaquelin without puncture, and I'm sure Ganna at the top of that and the finish of yesterday's stage, he definitely would have felt like he'd been punched in the face, or the lungs, when you're just trying to get as much oxygen back in as possible.
20k punch in the back at the moment, coming across the riders, sort of tail cross for the most part, will take them to that first climb of the day, take them all the way, probably for the most part, all the way to the circuit at the end of the stage. Just taking minor diversions off the main thoroughfares, as the way of cycling. And going through the riders who performed so well in yesterday's stage. Tadej Pogačar obviously fastest in that final 3.7, but the UAE team not quite as connected, are they? I don't think he's ever won a team time trial, actually, Tadej Pogačar, as part of the UAE Team Emirates lineup. Little Trek, I think, will be reasonably content, albeit disappointment for Mathieu Skelmose, another one of the puncture victims. Not a comment online about just how many punctures there were yesterday in a billiard table flat, for the most part, team time trial on pretty nice roads, although there were a few lumps and bumps that caught some teams out, most notably the Groupama and Astana squads. But Yeah, are we seeing more punctures, or is that just in our imagination? We're seeing a lot more cycling, so maybe we're just sort of seeing more punctures.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing it was pan flat, but it was a city-based circuit, wasn't it? So in cities, a lot more drain covers, a lot more speed bumps, a lot more everything, a lot more hazards, I'd say, in a city. So the other thing is in the team time trials, you then ride team time trial tyres, which are faster as well. So there's more risk of punctures.
So our breakaway looks like it's pretty much established now. The main peloton content with the makeup. Well, we're approaching the birthplace of Pablo Casals, actually, famous cellist, some stage today, so I think it's only appropriate. It's a lament, isn't it? A few riders with a sorry tale already. Through El Vendrell and Pablo Casals, famous, one of the most influential musicians of the 20th century, of course, is celebrated hereabouts. Cellist, conductor, composer, humanist, fervent defender of freedom and democracy, and a passionate opponent of dictatorship in general. He was a thorn in the side, you might say, of General Franco. Predeceased him by just a couple of years. So what a battle, and held the flame, I think, for democracy throughout his life.
Still not 100% if Wierstroffer has actually made it to that front group.
We haven't seen them lately, have we?
No, and just looking at the graphics at the top of the screen, it's number 3 of the peloton, so that's group 3 on the road. So, yeah, if the graphics are correct, then they're still number 2. Somewhere in between.
Last time check we had, which is a little while ago, he was showing it 55 seconds down. So it looks like a bit chasse patate. I'm not sure what the Catalan is for that, but at the moment it's a difficult and awkward situation for Baptiste Wierstroffer. I suspect if he can't get in, they're not going to be minded to slow up for him, are they?
No, I think they almost just have to settle in that rhythm now. If they start. Yeah, they can't afford to give away 30 seconds, because if they do that, 30 or 40 seconds, they give that to the peloton as well, and that might come in handy towards the end of this race.
Felix Engelhardt driving on the front. Certainly the body language of the new German champion is not indicative of a rider that is minded to let them in just yet, the 25-year-old German. Representing the Jayco squad. Who were 10th yesterday.
Nice custom bike there as well. Quickly painted that up for Engelhardt.
That's impressive. Yeah.
It's a bit of a challenge, I think, for all the clothing manufacturers to whip up a skin suit and a whole round of kit within about 4 days, ready for the Tour de France.
Yeah, but do you think national championships should take place a week before the Tour de France? Sometimes Tour de France riders actually don't take part in national championships. They're protecting their legs after camps, etc., and just don't want to take any risks. And the extra travel is a little bit of an irritation to them. But it's a sort of a controversial time of year. But at the moment, it seems to be very much a fixed point. Certainly for the European national road race championships, that it takes place just a week ahead of the Tour de France. Three up the road, well, 4 up the road, 3 forming the break of the day. Felix Engelhardt, Frank van den Broek and Alex Molenaar combining to open up an advantage of approaching 4 minutes. Problems for Biniam Girmay. I wonder, is he back on the race bike? He is indeed. We saw him off his bike in that early crash. You don't shove him onto the gravel. You don't want to increase the puncture jeopardy. Vinny's back and running. He was on the spare bike for a while, but as you mentioned earlier on, John, they just they just like their race bike, and it's hard to imagine that they can feel a difference, but they can.
Yeah, they really can. As soon as they get on that spare bike, actually, it's just the wear of the saddle most of the time. Actually, you sit on a saddle for long enough, it just drops maybe a mil or 2 mil. And some riders, they want to change their saddle height 1 mil or 2 mil. So as soon as they get on the bike number 2, they can feel the difference straight away.
Literally by a millimeter. Yeah,
you really can. Some riders are really completely, they can tell straight away, or really finicky. They want to have the bars, the hoods in exactly the same place. And then you have other riders who, they can get on a bike and ride for the whole stage, and they wouldn't even know that their saddle heights are on. Or
tell them afterwards it wasn't even their bike. Yeah, well, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but yeah.
Sometimes you never know. Some riders are just, they just adapt. Other riders, which of course everyone's different. So other riders, they need to be on it. It needs to be perfect.
I often think that there's not enough use made of the neutral service bikes. There's so much resistance, isn't there, from riders to the idea of using them, and they just tend to just eschew the neutral service bike, which might be available and there. Obviously not far from perfect setup.
No, usually a real emergency to need to get on that neutral service bike. But most of the time now they do have like a dropper seat post, like you see in mountain bike. So normally set quite high, and then as a rider, then you can almost adjust it down to where you need to be.
There's the bike currently available to Jente Beermans, the 30-year-old Belgian rider, who clearly is one of those riders affected by that early crash, just a little bit of road rash on top of scar tissue. So it'll be familiar to him. It'll be something that it'll be a little bit sore in the shower later on, but he won't be thinking about it right now.
Cofidis bikes do look good, don't they?
I'm partial to a parallel top tube myself. Yeah, I certainly am, being of a certain caliber and vintage. Definitely a proponent and exponent of Campagnolo. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. And of course, all the bike manufacturers, they roll out all the good stuff, don't they, for Tour de France? So it's if you're into your tech, it's definitely, it's like a bike expo, rolling around France for 3 weeks. All sorts of rumours of a new Shimano Dura-Ace group set, actually, having been sort of soft demonstrator. Oh, here he's coming back. Baptiste Westroffer. Unfortunately for him, disappointment for the Tour de France Synthetique graduate debutant. He's back in the fold. It did turn out to be a bit of chasse patate, but he'll try again. Clearly has decent legs, but unfortunately not quite able to roll across to 3 highly motivated riders. Tom Pidcock from the Pillarello Q36.5 squad. Solid start yesterday. How does he feel about it?
Tom Pidcock, it's great to see you out of the saddle yesterday on a TT bike. I'm going to see something similar on a road bike today.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I like being out of the saddle, don't I? So, no, but yeah, looking forward to today. Yesterday, nice little warm-up.
I think many people here around the race, they expect a lot from you today. Looking at that circuit, how technical it is and how punchy it is. Do you consider today as a one-day race, a classic?
Yeah, Tour de France type classic where the road's blocked 100k to go. But no, it's definitely one of the better opportunities for me. Obviously, it's the first road stage. I haven't raced as much as I'd like coming into this, so I don't know really where I am. But yeah, we're up for it. We're going to go for it, and yeah, we're obviously aware there's other riders that it also suits, but definitely one of the stages suited to me, so we give it a go.
Finally, Tom, you've been quite honest in the past about the pressure in the tour, how demanding it is to do 3 weeks. What are your ambitions here at the start of the tour?
I just want to enjoy the race, and I know that when that happens, at the moment I'm loving it. It's great. then I know that the results and the shape comes with that. So it's as simple as that. And yeah, it doesn't feel like I'm at a Tour de France. You know, we're having a lot of fun, we're enjoying it, and yeah, just racing our bikes. Just another bike race, isn't it? At the end of the day.
You enjoy it and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Having fun at the Tour de France, remarkable idea, but yeah, looking pretty relaxed, isn't he? And clearly they're not that relaxed in the Pinarello Q36.5 squad, because they've put riders on the fronts. That's a statement of intent today, isn't it? It's clearly a finale that suits his particular characteristics, despite the difficulties of the run into the Tour front.
Yeah, sure is, and that was the answer we were all waiting for. Is it going to be Team Visma Lease Bike who are going to take control of today, or is it going to be a team that will be going for stage victory? And that's exactly what Pinarello Q36.5 have gone after. They back their leader, Pidcock. He's keen for it, and if there's a motivated Tom at any point in any race we see, he usually comes and delivers, so he must be up for today.
He's pure class, isn't he, the Yorkshire rider, and we'll see what he can deliver at the back end today. Clearly his team are not going to countenance the possibility that the early break manages to survive here. Well, the gap has extended. And now our three riders clear of the field, moving 3 3/4 minutes. Long, hard day in front of Frank van den Broek. Not the last time he's going to show a little bit of a twitch in that left elbow. Piling on the coal here. Such a long and challenging day for our breakaway riders. Will they manage to survive? Well, a long way to go before that's even a conversation. There are some useful mountain points, though, to be gained. We'll begin the Côte de Beguet with 74. Yeah, well, we actually start a little bit further up the road than that, about 80 kilometers or so to go. And we've got the intermediate sprint as well, with 83 kilometers to go. That's just be at the foot of that climb. Top points likely to be hoovered up by the three riders in our breakaway, but there are points for the first 15 riders across the line. Pinarello's on the front, Pinarello Q36.5, and joined by the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad. A little bit of mix of riders there, so it's interesting to see what contribution they're likely to make. Also showing towards the front, Soudal Quick-Step, Paul Sexas, and the Decathlon CMA CGM team also paying attention and staying close to the front. Interesting to see the Soudal Quick-Step squad just putting a rider into the mix. Willem van Wilder, perhaps a rider that can perform for them at the back end today, or do they have another plan? Are they thinking perhaps about sprint points for Tim Merlier and just paying attention? But I don't think they're going to be closing down that breakaway anytime soon. And he might have an opinion or two on that one is Brian Smith. He's hereabouts, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Brian. Have you been watching with interest?
Yeah, it's with Weestrofer. You know, they clearly didn't want them in. You know, they just wanted to be, you know, the three in front here: Engelhard, Van den Broek, and Molenaar. So it would have been probably beneficial, but I think at the end of the day, I think they realised that if this is going to be a successful breakaway, which I very much doubt it will be, it would have been in their best interest to have another rider there. Weestrofer, very strong rider, has delivered in the past, but I think that was it. He delivered in the past, and maybe he could have delivered again today. But again, it was always the question of who was going to ride. That was always the big question: who was going to ride? The big favourite of the day, I think for me anyway, has to be Mathieu van der Poel. They have been kind of missing in action. They've been just kind of hiding, hoping that somebody else will take this up. But Pinarello Q36.5 have taken it up. My good friend Alex Sanz Vega is the sports director in that team, and he comes from Barcelona. So it really wasn't a surprise that they've taken this on, and actually he said that would happen. So it's a big stage. I know that Mathieu van der Poel was the favourite for it, and a lot of people thinking that this could be a bit of a GC shake-up with poking the bear yesterday with Pogačar, and he'll want revenge. And there's also questions on that. In the past, you can force Vingegaard to have that jersey for a week. He has to do the protocols, everything, but I think Pogačar is just, I think he's in the mood. He wants to show who's boss, and I think a little bit disappointed after yesterday, especially losing out to Visma Lease Bike. He wants to come back, and I think we're going to see the likes of Mathieu van der Poel and Pogačar going up for it today. I'm not too sure we might see the jersey change hands today, but definitely a fight back. And this is a punchy final, which really suits Pogačar. And when a stage suits him, he's up for the win. That's why he races. He wants to win. He's a born winner, and he wants to win, and he wants to win today.
So Pog's in the mood, we reckon. Jonathan Harris-Bass is in the mood as well. He's also in the booth and ready to take on the next phase of this particular competition. I know you've been watching with interest, Jonathan. We heard you a bit earlier on. What have you made of it so far? It looks like a good one.
Yeah, it looks like a good one. I apologise that you heard from me earlier. I was meant to be going out on a completely different channel, but these things do happen certainly in the early stages of the Tour de France. It's been a really interesting start with these three getting away. I thought that Weisdorfer was going to get up the road and join them, but that looks as though it's done. Well, it is done and dusted now. But they've got a really decent advantage, and they've been flying along so far. It really has been a very fast start to the day. So 126.5 kilometres are left to go. We've been plugging away down the coast. But Brian, how much impact do you think the wind's had so far?
Yeah, not a lot. We heard from the UE team car earlier on today that the wind wasn't as strong as initially anticipated. I had a southerly wind roughly about 13 kilometres an hour, which was from the kind of right-hand side of the road, kind of cross kind of tailwinds. But you can see the trees here, fans are out inside the road. They're actually averaging 51.7 kilometres an hour. So, like you say, they are flying along here. They're not hanging around, and it will be on this circuit in no time at all. But it's interesting because it's always good to hear from the different teams, different riders, of course, and what the motivation is. We just heard from Tom Pidcock. This is a stage that they're going to target. They're going to try and win. Of course, they lost a little bit of time yesterday, but Felix Singlehart for Jaco Alula. Well, Michael Matthews was first across the line yesterday. Ben O'Connor was dropped, so clearly they're not going for the general classification. And it's the same with the Picnic Poster now. They went all in for the green jersey yesterday. OK, they failed in the end, but I think they look as if they're here for kind of the stage hunting. And of course, Caruel, Molinар, he was actually the first rider across the finishing line yesterday. He's strong. He's the strongest rider of that team yesterday in the final. And Molinar starts today at 1 minute and 12 seconds off the overall lead. So he is the closest and is the virtual leader of this race at the moment for Caruel.
Which is great news for them on their long anticipated return to the Tour. You may already have touched on this, so apologies if I'm going over old ground, but what did you make of the rejigged team time trial with the new rules?
I thought it was fascinating, I really did, but it's just trying to work out the different scenarios, who was going for what initially, because with it being the first rider across the line winning for the team, I think it's a great format. I really did. But you had green jersey points at T1, then you had the fastest on the climb. It was really, really fascinating.
So we continue to wend our way along the Catalan coastline. And, seeing plenty of flags along the route. Two very different flags. Well, punctuated, one with the blue and the white star, and then the other one, of course, just the the stripes, which is the official flag of this area. The other one is the flag for those who wish that Catalonia was to become its own republic, separate from Spain. See lots of ice being taken on board. We've got lots of bottles being taken on board here. Nils Pollitt doing the work for UAE Team Emirates. And with this heat wave that is hitting mainland Europe, Brian, it does mean that it's going to be very uncomfortable for the riders over the course of at least this first week in the Tour.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a hot one. I think everybody knows that, you know, even starting in Spain, the temperature that they get, it could be possibly a little bit worse, actually. But, you know, it's interesting. I don't know if you picked up on this, Jono, but, you know, the UCI yesterday were telling the riders to remove the ice socks in their time trial suits. Okay, not today. This is a road, but it was just altering the shape, and the UCI were kind of clamped down yesterday and not allowing the riders to use these socks down the back. And of course, the UCI have been looking at different things. Even down the front of the jersey, you aren't allowed to wear anything because they think it's an aero advantage. But yesterday they asked that. And we saw different teams use different kind of strategies in trying to keep cool. We saw NetApp company, you know, with their kind of forearms in cold water before they started the ride. It looked a bit comical, but it was there to do a job. So, but it was just different strategies. Like Visma, Lisa Bike, they had 2 team time trials, a 5-man and then a 3-man at the end, and then others. And I think by the looks of things, UAE Team Emirates, Tadej Pogačar was kind of riding the majority of the way yesterday. He was the fastest, of course, on that climb yesterday, but I have to say that, and I know we were talking about it a little bit earlier, Filippo Ganna went really, really deep yesterday. You could see that after the final when he was gasping for breath. He almost went as fast, it was only a fraction of a second, he went as fast as Pogačar did in that final climb yesterday. Amazing.
Yeah, that really was an incredible performance, and well, it's going to be very interesting to see just how much it did take out of him when we get onto the circuits later, and how he manages to cope. Well, welcome to the 113th edition of the Tour de France. We are on stage 2, Tarragona to Barcelona, and we have a 3-man breakaway at the moment of Alex Molinari, Frank Van den Broek, Felix Engelhardt, and they fought really hard early on in today's stage, but weren't getting very much change from the chasing peloton, and they only really held about 14 up to 17 second lead. That advantage is now up to 3 minutes and 30 seconds with 121.3 kilometres to go, and today's stage has been rocketing along here in Catalonia. Brian, you mentioned just a few moments ago that the average speed was it 51 kilometres an hour for the average speed, but they've been going along at times at 57, 58 kilometres an hour. They really are burning up the road so far, and it's a fascinating stage coming so early on in the Tour. It's got a real classics feel to it with the circuits that we have later on, but as you were saying, Brian, you favour Tadej Pogačar. You think he's going to be the man to beat?
Yeah, well, I think Mathieu van der Poel is the favourite for today's stage. It's a targeted stage for him. He went well in the team time trial yesterday. He was the first of the team. He tried, but you know, there are other stronger teams out there. But I really do think that Mathieu van der Poel can potentially win this stage today. But Pogačar, well, you know, revenge is a strong word. I would think that in any other kind of normal kind of Tour de France and any other riders, you'd want Vingegaard to have that yellow jersey and take the pressure off you. You don't have to do any protocols or any the interviews and all that podium stuff and things like that. You can get straight back to your hotel and you know, start to relax a little bit quicker. But we know what Pogacar's like. This is a stage that he can win, and he very rarely gives up that opportunity. So I really do think that we are going to see a real fight for this this stage win today. But I'm not too sure that even if he takes the stage, whether he's going to take the yellow jersey. We'll have to wait and see on that, because he's 12 seconds down in third place with 10, 6 and 4 on the finishing line.
Adam Evenepoel, great to see you in that World Stripes jersey yesterday. I was surprised. Long sleeve. I thought your skin was faster than the textile.
I thought so too, but yeah, the two engineers of the team, Johnny and Dan, they we've tested a lot over the winter, and yeah, this the setup that I use now seems to be the fastest. So yeah, I mean, I've won my only individual TT on it. 2 TTs, but Valencia was a bit strange, and then yeah, it seems to be working. So I trust these guys to the fullest, and I go with what they tell me to go.
Can we get your reflections from yesterday? Now you've had a nice sleep on it. What do you think about the TTT?
No, I think we did the maximum that we could with the manpower we had. So obviously we didn't have the strongest team for the flat part, but we managed it as good as possible. Yeah, I think it's obvious that we lose a lot of time in the first 5-6 kilometers, and I think the team knows exactly where we lost it, because after that I think we were really on equal pace with all the teams that were ahead of us. So yeah, I think if you see at some tactics of teams to really do a lead out towards the last climb, was not really our tactic, because it was not in our possibilities. So yeah, with the conditions and the manpower we had, I think we took out the maximum.
Finally, Remco, today, what do you expect of that circuit in Barcelona?
Yeah, we'll be full gas racing like it's always, also in Catalonia. So I think the start will be very important, and then to see how Visma will control it, if they let the brake go, yes or no. But for sure, the last 35-36k will be pretty special to watch and to race as well.
Enjoy it. Thank you.
Thanks.
They've still got a fair distance until they arrive at the Côte de Béguez, which is the first climb of the day, a second category climb. And then it's on to the circuits towards the end, with the Côte de Château de Montjuic. That advantage just been brought down by about 4 or 5 seconds from the lead group of Alex Molinari, Frank van den Broek, Felix Engelhardt, and all 3 riders who have been away up the road pretty much since the get-go today. These are the giants that tend to come out in force in many of the celebrations down in this part of the world. Basque flag on the sidelines as well there. Just went past the Catalonia Railway Museum, which has been there since 1881. The actual museum itself, though, only opened in 1990. So, sitting on the front of the peloton. But Brian, do you think that the peloton will be quite happy with the situation of the race at the moment?
Yeah, more than happy. Only 3 riders in front. That's ideal. You could see that in the attacks earlier on, they were clearly just wanting a small breakaway to go away. I have to say it is a very strong breakaway that we have got here. The 3 riders that we have with the German champion, Engelhardt, Van den Broek for Picnic, and Molinari. And there has to be a kind of reasonable goal for them to get in that breakaway. And I kind of alluded to a little bit earlier on, it's, you know, both Jayco Alula and Picnic Post are now raising that they're not really looking at general classification. They're trying to kind of pick, you know, stages, and clearly been told to get in the breakaway. And Carual, well, they are a wildcard team. They got the invitation, and when you get that invitation from ASO to ride the biggest race in the world, so you have to get involved. And so 3 riders, they would be hoping for maybe a little bit more. It was just a kind of strange scenario with Wiestrofer. They could have done with him being there, another pair of legs, because they're still averaging just a shade under 51 kilometres an hour, and that's going to take its toll in this heat. Riding at that speed. I know we haven't hit the hills yet, and we're in the kind of flatlands up the coast here, but it will take its toll, and I don't think for one moment it's going to be successful, but you have to hope. Stranger things have happened, and I think the question is always, and I think we were asking that question as well, and I don't know what you're talking about over in TNT, but who was going to take this on and control the race? Because I don't think Visma Lease Bike would have been kind of really interested. I think they would be quite happy. A breakaway, go away, take the spoils, and Vingegaard doesn't have that protocol of the yellow jersey. And then the main favourite for today with Alpecin Premier Tech with Mathieu van der Poel. Were they going to take it on? And they were nowhere to be seen. So then it's clear that you never know what a team's going to do. I had a little bit of intel, because I know Alex Sanz Vega, the sports director with Pinarello Q36.5. He's from Barcelona, and that's a big motivation for him. He's his family's there, and they were there yesterday as well. So it's all about the motivation and finding out what's who lives where, and what the motivation is in the teams. It's very difficult to kind of work out, but there was a few teams trying to get themselves in this breakaway today, including Intermarché Lotto, and they never managed to get a rider in here. So I feel for these three riders, but at the same time, Jono, there's a jersey up for grabs, and all three of these riders, I think, will be thinking about this. We've got a second category climb coming up with 74 kilometres to go, and then we hit the circuits. By that time, will they be there? They might not. So I think every point is going to count, and I think for Caja Rural to take the King of the Mountains jersey is going to be huge. But it's the same for all three riders. I think they're there clearly to try and be as successful in the breakaway, but I think looking at that jersey as well is the polka dot King of the Mountains.
Well, Felix Engelhardt already has a very noticeable punctuated jersey on his back, which he was speaking to our reporters at the beginning of today's stage about just how much that means to him to be able to come to his first Tour de France and to be competing in the German national jersey. So to have that also on display now, his team will be delighted how much airtime he's getting up the road. But yeah, I agree with you. I think sort of the romantic version here is that Caja Rural managed to get the King of the Mountains jersey at least for a day whilst they're still racing in Catalonia.
It's huge, Jono, especially the Tour de France. I know I've been there with Daniel Tekla-Heimanots in 2015. We went in there with the ambition of holding one of these competition jerseys. We even got the different coloured helmets and everything that goes with it, because when I kind of ordered that, people were like, in the team got kind of looking at me strangely, like, what? Are you serious? Yes, I want the coloured helmets. We have to go in there thinking that we can do this, and we did. So it's great. And talking about helmets, John, I've got a little bit of intel. It's kind of hard to see, but the Picnic Post NL racing riders, they have got a collaboration with Shimano and Laser, and are supporting the biggest bus ever initiative during this year's Tour de France in Barcelona. And what they've done is the initiative aims to encourage more children to cycle, build confidence in bikes, and make active travel fun. And as part of this campaign, they've asked the children to design their own cycling helmet, and the winning designs have been brought to life by Laser and been worn by the Team Picnic Post NL riders. So you can see Frank Van den Broek's helmet here, and all the different teams' helmets. They've been added a little bit of design on them on this initiative. It's just a bike bus. It's like a school bus and bikes where children cycle to school together on a safe route with adult supervision. So that's just a little bit of intel, and teams come here. We know that Jonas Vingegaard has got a private sponsored helmet, a red helmet. Different we used in 2015 in Mandela Day. We had the orange Mandela helmet and things like that. So people come here with different ambitions, whether it's for, you know, a charity or a campaign, but definitely looking at a jersey.
Well, you can get the full Tour de France multi-view experience on HBO Max, and there are plenty of people out there who are using the multi-view experience, so you can see the head of the peloton, the front of the race, the back of the peloton, and that aerial overview as well at all times. 35 degrees currently on the coast. Warm conditions indeed, and it looks hot.
I find my eyes dancing around all over the place when the multi-screen comes up, Jono. So I don't know where to look.
Spoiled for choice.
Yeah, it's like they're doing circles.
We're currently going through Sitges, and this is, I think, a fascinating part of Spain. It used to be renowned for its vines and its wine making, but then due to the phylloxera aphid that hit the vines here back in the end of the 19th century, they lost all of their vines, and it led to a lot of people moving across to Cuba, and one of the gentlemen who moved to Cuba was a man called Don Facundo Bacardi Masso, who basically invented white rum and Bacardi, which is now a world-renowned spirit. So then he returned with all of his money and lived a very happy life here in this part of Catalonia. And I know Rob over on TNT was saying, if you look at these flags on the right, the one with the white star, very similar to the Cuban star that you see on the Cuban flag. And those flags are for those, as I was saying earlier, who would like Catalonia to be its own independent republic. Fantastic crowds out in force here for stage 2 of the Tour de France. Feels incredibly well supported today. And Matt Stevens was saying this is the furthest south the Tour has ever started. So 110 kilometres still to go. We move ever further towards Barcelona along this coast and go past the church of St. Bartholomew and Santa Tecla. A Baroque church here in Sitges, but as we can see, currently under repair. So here's the state of play. We have 3 riders up the road: Alex Molenaar, Frank van den Broek and Felix Engelhard, and the chasing peloton, which allowed them to go out to, I think, a maximum of around 3 minutes and 50 seconds, have just reined it in a little, but we are still a fair distance from our first Category 2 climb of the day that comes with 74.4 kilometres to go, and then the final circuits. Time now to go and join Jens on the bike.
I'm here just behind the breakaway. We're riding along beautiful, spectacular coastline. The brake is working really nicely together. They spin the legs, no sign of fatigue yet. They share the work, and I had a chance to talk to the directors in the team car of Jayco Alula. They had the plan. Yes, we wanted Felix Engelhard to go for the break today. He's in the break. We think they're going to go very far with the tail crosswind all along until the circuit. So they will reach the circuit with that position in the front. And then who knows what else is possible. But they said, look, we think Frank van den Broek is a little stronger when it goes uphill. But they are so glad to have somebody in the break, takes away all the stress behind. And back to the commentators.
Well, Jens there reflecting exactly what you were saying, Brian, just about the fact that how much stress it removes, but also how important it is for certain teams to get involved in that break. But it takes the pressure off the rest of your team.
Yeah, of course it does. You know, you always, every stage you've got a plan, and if it's your plan is to get yourself in a breakaway or win a King of the Mountain sprint or something, or take even the points jersey sprint, that just gives a lot of confidence in the team. So I've been here so many times that, especially when the numbers come over the radio and you tell the riders that that's successful. So you have this plan in place, and like I say, if it's just getting the rider in a breakaway, everybody that has got a representative here is a lot happier, because that's been a success so far. And what you have to do is build these wee goals into every stage, and it just builds the confidence of the team. You know, these three teams here know that they've got a great opportunity of being on the podium at the end of the day, even if it's the King of the Mountains jersey. But you look at what happened in the Giro d'Italia into Milan, where the breakaway went away. Okay, there was 4 riders in that breakaway, but they had success. This is a really strong breakaway, Jono, a really strong breakaway. German champion, well, that gives you an indication. That was only last week he won that, and that's not an easy national title to win. Frank van den Broek has got previous as well, former winner of the Presidential Tour of Turkey. And Molenaar looks strong in the team time trial yesterday, and was first across the line for the Caja Rural team. He could be possibly dreaming of that yellow jersey, but unfortunately they have got a team it's riding in the front of the peloton, and that's always a question. The first road stage, who is going to ride, who is going to take control of this race? I don't think Visma Leasebike were really kind of interested, but Pinarello stepped up. But yeah, they will go a long way, and strange things can happen in circuit races.
Just saw Victor Campenaerts with a bike change there. But noticeable early on today, Brian, that there were so many mechanicals going on left, right and centre. Do you have any idea why that was today?
No. Look, I know it's not kind of rains, and actually this part of Spain is very, very dry. I know this part because we kind of targeted this area in the past with one of the teams I was working with, and we had a training camp in the Stiches. Very sunny, very dry. I can only think it's going to impact, but I don't know if you saw. We didn't see them on air yesterday, but we had some spectacular and worrying crashes yesterday, and of course we lost one of the riders from Groupama, Berthet, because of that. I noticed that there was a manhole cover caused, I think, at least one of them. It was just kind of bounced off the bars. But the kind of punctures that we had one, it was at Berwick for Caja Rural in the neutral zone. We've just seen, you know, one there for Visma. So I can only think it's just a little bit of maybe something on the road, some chippings from the side of the roads is being kind of thrown onto the roads. I can't think of anything else because the roads look actually okay, John. So I don't think it's any kind of impact or anything. That's just a little bit of kind of bad luck.
Can you hold the button a little bit longer before you start to speak, and a little bit longer after you stop your sentence? Thank you.
Solid advice.
Well, that's the case. You start talking and press the button, isn't it, and then release it when you think, yeah, you don't get the first part, you don't get the last part of the what you're trying to say.
Usually the crucial parts as well.
Yes. They should have a, you know, what the truckers used to have. You know what I mean? A start and an end.
They absolutely should. 3 minutes 19, 3 minutes 20, roughly that advantage. Stunning coastal road that the peloton's going along here.
Neil Stevens, former rider.
Pascal Ackermann just dropping back there, and Cullen O'Brien is there as well. We had a We did have a nasty crash at the start of today's stage, which I think Aaron Gate was the rider who came off worst from that. Some nasty facial lesions that we saw with him, hoping that he'll get through to the end of today's stage and have a good night's sleep and come back stronger tomorrow.
That's what you want to try and avoid, especially in the first few stages. The first few stages are so nervous, but it happened. It's just a touch of the wheels. I think it was Kel O'Brien that actually touched the wheel for Jayco AlUla at the front of the peloton.
So the situation here on stage 2 of the Tour de France between Tarragona and Barcelona. We are well into today's stage and approaching going under 100 kilometres to go. With 74.4 kilometres to go, they will crest the first climb of the day, a second category climb, and that one, the Côte de Béguez. And then there'll be 3 ascents made on the circuit of the Côte de Château de Montjuic, where we expect the real fireworks to kick off. And the question that Jens Vogt was posing there about the breakaway: can the breakaway make it first of all onto the circuit on their own, and then if they can make it onto the circuit on their own, is there any possibility that they can hold on, or one of them could hold on? And from his conversations in amongst the peloton, he ascertained that Frank van den Broek is who is considered the strongest rider in there, but Brian, as you were saying, all 3 riders are strong. Felix Engelhardt, just crowned German champion, therefore on great form. Frank van den Broek looking on great form. Alex Molenaar, very strong yesterday, on good form. So all 3 riders are in purple patches, so as a consequence, if they can use this tailwind to get through onto the circuit, you just never know.
Yeah, in the middle part of this stage, they really have to try and save a little bit, and I don't think they've been allowed to, although they're keeping the gears down. Good cadence, as Jens said there. This middle part of the stage is about saving as much as you can. It's dipped under 50 kilometres an hour for the first time today, the average speed. It's 49.5. So they are kind of riding a little bit steadier. They've been held in a just over 3-minute rain, and yeah, I think they will get on to the circuits, but this isn't your kind of typical gift breakaway. These guys had to work hard to get in this breakaway, but there was a lot of riders, and there's a lot of riders in this race today being told not to get themselves in the breakaway. They've got a job to do, especially Campenarps here, a job to do, get the bottles, look after team leader in yellow jersey Vingegaard. So I always think it's kind of strange for a lot of people kind of watching. Why didn't any other teams try to get themselves in the breakaway? Of course, not everybody is allowed to get in the breakaway because they've all got kind of jobs to do. So, but these 3 riders have, clearly, and also the team of Lotto would have loved to have got themselves in the breakaway. Jayco AlUla, well, they've got their man here that they wanted here, so that is a big, huge kind of tick. And like I was saying earlier, it's a big motivation when you've got your man in there. I'm not too sure from watching in the start what other teams were super interested in getting themselves in a breakaway, and we're seeing now that the helmet design, a little bit of Frank van den Broek have just kind of told that story.
Victor Campenarts was getting quite animated there when he was collecting the ice from his car just a few moments ago. A lot of ice being used today. As I said, it's up around 35 degrees down in Sigurd, slightly cooler up on these roads, but not much, and really, really brutal as Van den Broek just distanced by about 20 metres back to the other 2, but they're working well as a trio at the moment. Alex Molenaar, Frank van den Broek and Felix Engelhardt, and they still hold a lead of over 3 minutes, but as Brian just mentioned, that average speed just starting to go consistently under 50 kilometres an hour for the first time today. But that does mean that they've done over 60 kilometres at 50 kilometres an hour. So it's been a very, very brisk start to the stage today. 102.1 kilometres to go, and the peloton just starting to close to within 3 minutes of our 3 breakaway riders.
I'll tell you what, John, or the Guardia Civil people in the boat have got the perfect day to go into work today.
I mean, what a joy. Cruising along the coast.
Yeah, watching a bike race.
And watching a bike race at the same time.
I very much doubt they'll be allowed to have a cerveza or two, but yeah, they'll still be enjoying themselves.
Yeah, definitely not on duty. There we go. The first time we've seen 2 minutes on the gap between the chasing group and the 3 riders up the road. Just a gentle ascent that they're going up here.
You can just see that you know, it seemed to be about 2 or 3 minutes ago that we saw Victor Campenaerts come by shouting at TV motorbike for getting in the way, but he's just about to make it back, so it just gives you an indication of how long it takes to get up to your teammates.
Several riders from Tudor just dropping back here. Michael Storer, the man who's carrying the bags.
Yeah, it looks as if it's very busy at the bar. I'll look at about 2 or 3 deep at least in the convoy. There are a lot of teams going back for bottles, and of course, when you go back for bottles, there's team order, and you kind of have to adhere to it. So you go up and service your rider, and you have to. It's pretty much waiting in a queue, John, until you get back up there. The perfect place to be in a day like today, if you want to keep cool and get water and ice, is in the breakaway. But in the peloton, it's a long way back. If you're near the front, the likes of Victor Campenaerts, have to go all the way back, put your hand up, wait for the team car to come up, get serviced, and then make your way back up. So, that's a job in itself.
100 kilometres left to go then in today's stage. And our trio of Molinart, Van den Broek and Engelhardt remain out in front. At what point, Brian, do you think that the main jockeying for position is going to take place in the peloton itself?
Well, I think when we enter the circuit at 30.9 to go, I think that will be the key point. So if it's the 30.9 to go, I would suggest that you give yourself at least 10 kilometres, sometimes 20. So I think when we get into, especially the Tour de France in the first kind of real road stage, I think with about 50 k's to go, you'll get a few of the kind of teams maybe starting to come up, thinking about getting onto the circuit in a very good place. I say that because we were in a very similar position before, where we had a kind of almost a Roubaix stage with some cobbles, and you had to tell the riders to move up with at least 20 kilometres to go at that point, and only one managed to get there, and that was Steve Cummings, because everybody nearly wants to be there. So it's a case with it being the biggest bike race in the world, you have to think a lot further out to get yourself into that kind of position. So I would think that as we enter this circuit with 30.9 kilometres to go, it will be from about 50 to 40 that teams will start to think about it.
We're just getting some news through via our colleague Josebin that there are several forest fires currently in the Pyrénées-Orientales department in France, which is due to host tomorrow's stage. Now, the préfet which is the central government appointed official, is going to review if the race can go ahead as planned, or they are going to request for some changes. The decision will be made by this evening, but at the moment stage 3 doesn't necessarily look as though it's going to take place as originally planned.
Matthias, this stage profile looks very good for you, actually, and for your qualities and skills. I don't know about your legs, but actually on paper it's good for you.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it looks pretty nice. For sure it will be a hard one in reality. But yeah, we are committed to go all in for the stage, and yeah, we have of course ambitions with Mats taking the green jersey, so the priority is also to take some points today if possible with Mats, and yeah, keep Juan safe, out of trouble, and we see what happens in the end there on the laps. But I guess it will be pretty fast, and yeah, I need to see how I feel and where I will be at in the last lap. So yeah, I'm definitely confident. We have a really strong team with Juan and all around him, so yeah, we're gonna go for it.
You're committed to go for the stage, but with you, with maybe even Mats, it's too hard for Mats, or with Juan?
Yeah, it's hard to say now, but I guess there will be also some attacks going on from the GC riders, so maybe it's too hard a bit for Mats. So yeah, it's probably more for me and Juan to be up there and try the best. For sure Juan will be there in the fight with the climbers, and I will try to hang on and go for the finish line.
Yesterday was a super strong start. I mean, considering the bad luck, you were so close.
Yeah, I mean, we did a pretty nice job as a team, and yeah, of course, Skelly had a mechanical issue that was unfortunate, but I felt good, so I did a nice amount of work for Juan to put him in a good position in the last climb, and then he finished it off really good, so we can be happy, and he has the white jersey, so it started how we wanted.
Thank you so much. Good luck for today.
Thank you.
Interesting insight into plans for later. So wait and see just how they play it out at the moment. But Brian, just back to that news that I was talking about, which potentially could affect tomorrow's stage. How discombobulating is that for a team to hear that there could be a fundamental change in a stage?
Of course, it's not ideal. And it is a stage that, you know, everybody kind of looks at. We've got two, well, it finishes on a third category climb, doesn't it, tomorrow. I'm not going to say it's a kind of huge kind of GC battle. It's looking to me like it could be a kind of decent enough day for the breakaway, a third category climb right in the start. So if it is going to be a kind of breakaway success in tomorrow's stage, then, you know, a lot of teams have possibly targeted that, and then they find out that it might be altered. So it's not ideal, but such as cycling, and you know what's happening in cycling in the protocols, especially when it comes to kind of weather, you have to adapt to things. I can remember when I was covering the Vuelta a Catalunya, Michael Albossini got himself in the breakaway in the first stage. They gave them 10 minutes, and he won with still a few minutes advantage, and actually won the race purely because of that, because the snow came and they had to kind of cancel the kind of mountaintop finishes. So it happens from time to time, but tomorrow's stage, if it is you know, cut back or adjusted, I'm pretty sure the organisers have already got kind of plan B anyway. You just have to adapt with it, such as cycling. And I think we're in a sport where you have to kind of adapt to different things anyway, because you never know what kind of other teams are going to do. So yeah, I think we are okay as a sport when we have to kind of adapt to certain circumstances.
Arnaud Delis on our screens, a rider who really suffered at the Giro d'Italia with a stomach bug, and has reportedly been struggling with something similar here at the beginning of the Tour de France, feeling like he just can't really catch a break going into these Grand Tours. Has been fantastically well supported stage 2 of the Tour this year as they make their way up the coast towards Barcelona.
Do you think any of these people work?
Do I think they work on a Sunday? No. That lead almost had a minute taken off it in the last 10 kilometres.
Yeah, that's a case, Jono. That's what I was trying to say. In kind of middle, you have to put in the effort to get yourself in the breakaway, and then you know what sort of gap you're given. So the breakaway will kind of pare it back a little bit. They won't ride as hard to try and kind of save that energy, which will be required later on in the stage.
Well, Engelhardt just moves over to the side to allow Van den Broek to come back to the front. We're saying that these three have worked really, really effectively and well together. Popping up on your screens, we're inside 10 kilometres to today's sprint. Takes place at Villa de Can. This wonderful atmosphere that's been cultivated over the opening weekend of this year's Tour de France. So Castelldefels is where we are, and the town named after the Chateau de Fels, or the Chateau, well, not a chateau here in Spain, but Fels Castle, which sits 60 metres above sea level, looking out across the sea, and it was a fort that was used really to alert this part of the world to any raiders coming in towards Barcelona across the Balearic Sea. Just a little bit outside of where we currently are. We've already seen a couple of marinas, both of which were built. The Port Ginestra was the most famous one. That was built ahead of the 1992 Barcelona Olympics, and we're going to see the Olympic Canal of Catalonia as well, which was where they hosted the canoe kayak events during the 1992 Barcelona Olympic Games. Van den Broek back on the front, pulling things along, trying to keep that momentum. Here's the aforementioned Olympic Canal of Catalonia, being converted into what is just a leisure complex now, which is open to the public. Plenty of people out on the canal enjoying their water sports this afternoon, and probably the perfect conditions for that. Stage 2 of the Tour de France, live on your screens here between Tarragona and Barcelona. They set off with 168.5 kilometres ahead of them. There are now 90 left to go. The lead is 2 minutes and 37 seconds between our breakaway of these three riders, Alex Molenaar, Frank van den Broek and Felix Engelhardt, and the main peloton. And at this juncture, I will hand back to Declan Quigley to take you over the course of the next 40 kilometres or so.
Cheers, John. That was entertaining fair, wasn't it? As this breakaway group have lost a little bit of their advantage, but they're still pressing on. It's absolutely gorgeous weather, isn't it? Sweltering. And all of those people who don't have jobs on the weekend are out at the beach, if they've any sense. And who would blame them, indeed? Who would blame them if they've gone to the side of the road as well to watch the third iteration of a Grand Départ for Tour de France in Spain? This time it's up around Catalunya and up around Barcelona as we make our way from Tarragona down to Barcelona. Inside 90 to go. It's not that far away from the first major appointment of the day, which is, of course, the intermediate sprint. That's 6-7k by my calculations. And Vila de Can. Are we going to see a change in the characteristic of that main peloton? The gap down to 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Maximum lead for our three breakaway riders. Sort of hinted around about the 4-minute mark for a while. They never give them the big breaks, as Brian has told us. Well, once upon a time you'd see breakaways up to sort of 19-20 minutes on occasion. Within recent memory, 7-10 minutes, far from unusual. These days, though, 3 to 4 minutes, as much as you get. It's coming down significantly under the significant impetus, indeed, from the Pinarello Q36.5 squad, much to the gratitude, I think, of all the GC teams as well, and every other rider and team in this main peloton that has designs on a stage 2 success and maybe a little bit more to go with it. We've got our first categorized climb coming up after the intermediate sprint as well. First categorized climb of the race, the Côte de Bégué. Bégué. This is what it looks like. 6.1 at 6.5% average. As you can see, there's a little grippy sector in there between 2.5 and 3 kilometers into the climb. Then it's sort of a little bit more benign at around about the 4k mark, and then ramps up again towards the top. So not the most demanding climb they face in this year's Tour de France, but there are a few sprinters in there that probably won't enjoy it too much, especially if they've just examined their ability to recruit the fast twitchers at the intermediate sprint. First three, of course, across the line are going to claim the maximum points available, 25, 20 and 16, and then it counts down through the top 20, so no doubt, indeed the top 15 riders are going to score points at that intermediate sprint. So not that long away from that, and I think we are starting to see a little bit of a change in the characteristic at the front of the bunch. Brian's still with us. Jonathan Mould has returned from his little tapas experience, and has also been enjoying the fair in a visual sense, as well as the beautiful food on offer. Oh, well, it's more of a 50-kilometre-an-hour feed zone collection was the order of the day there.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got any tapas in those feed bags.
It's the perfect food, isn't it, for Tour de France delivery? Yeah.
Well, it's important now, because gone are the days where you could feed wherever you wanted. So there's designated feed stations now, and you can see how important it is. We saw Victor Campenaerts go back, and it kind of gave you an indication how long it takes and the effort you have to go back to the car and come back up, especially if your team's at the front. That's a bit of energy used, so that's why we're seeing a little bit more animation of they're trying to kind of split up a little bit. Some coming to the front, splitting up in the group, the main peloton, to try and get as many bottles as possible, and you know, the musette with 2 or 3 bottles in it as well. So it just goes to show you in this heat that they're trying to take as much fluid on as possible.
A little bit of attention there for Alex Bodin as the best placed rider for the EF Education Easy Post. They projected and propelled him to 17th at the end of yesterday's opening time trial stage. He's 57 seconds down, but I think probably an indication that he's climbing well and viewed among the team as the best rider to keep in position for general classification. Maybe a little bit of a surprise that Richard Carapaz, after his heroics in finishing second overall at the Tour de Suisse, wasn't able to follow. He started today, 1 minute 36 seconds down. Tom Pidcock's fired up today. He set the team to the front. They've done the chasing, and the average speed has been a brisk, well, more than 50 kilometers an hour of the day for most of the day. Let's get a look at what it's showing at the moment. Still 49.4, and we have had a couple of drags of late. And the average is about to be pared back significantly as we head towards that first climb of the day. But what sort of activity are we likely to see in the peloton ahead of this first intermediate sprint?
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a fight. You can see those teams making their way up. Still, of course, 3 riders away in that breakaway, so they take the maximum points. But there's still for the 4th place on the road, still 14 points on offer. And in the Tour de France, in that fight for the green jersey, every point matters. You never know what it will come down to when we get to that long finish line, long time away in Paris.
Well, we're going to see very shortly who's interested. I think Alpecin Premier Tech definitely will be there. So now is the question: who wants to try and win the green jersey in this year's Tour de France? So we're going to see that pretty soon of the teams that are and especially the riders that are interested in that. So you would expect to see Alpecin Premier Tech, your Soudals as well with Tim Merlier. So your kind of sprinters. So this is the first time that we're going to see these guys kind of battle it out for the points, and as John's already mentioned, the first 3 are kind of taken care of, because quite significantly 25 points, 20 and 16, but still 14 down to 1 for the rest of the group that we're seeing now. So 12 places still up for grabs with a maximum of 14 points.
A stage winner will take 30 and the lead of that points classification. That seems assured. It's unlikely to be any of the big sprint favourites. Nonetheless, Jasper Philipsen, Tim Merlier and others, other big names as well. We want to make sure they're in prime position as we wind up for this sprint, and indeed the battle. That's the first time I've seen a drop seats day and a little bit of bike arch, so that's quite impressive. They've definitely, I think they could probably have pushed the saddle up a little bit higher, but they've certainly got that stem slammed. Kind of admire the technical drawing ability of that particular crop circle arrangement. Danny Martinez is not going to be interested in this one. Is he going to throw a few shapes, I think, maybe? Well, of course, the climb after this one does offer some points. There's 5, 3, 2 and 1. Just a single point indeed available for the main peloton, so I don't think that's likely to trouble Lenny Martinez, who's cruising along in the wheels at the back of the main peloton at the moment. But yes, in the bid for that King of the Mountains jersey, which is surely up for grabs today. 5 points available at that first Cat 2 climb. Then we've got 3 Cat 3 climbs, 2 points available in each of those. It's unlikely, I think, that any rider is going to take all 3 of those, so potentially the rider that wins the first climb coming up in a little while could be heading towards the polka dots. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the battle for the sprint points, the battle for the green jersey. Engelhard looks like he's got a bit of a kick on it, but is he going to be able to hold off the big Dutch engine that is Molenaar? Well, it's going to be almost a blanket, but Molenaar it is that claims that one. So the first road race money goes into the coffers of the Cahora Rural squad. That will be gratefully received by them. Alex Molenaar is clearly on fine form. As we've mentioned earlier, he was the lead rider for the Cahora Rural squad at the end of yesterday's stage, so clearly is on great form at the moment.
I know that's on the flat there, but that just gives an indication of the King of the Mountains coming up as well. So Frank Van der Broek kind of led that one out there. It was unsuccessful. So if he wants that King of the Mountains jersey, he cannot wait on this climb coming up for that sprint, because clearly Molenaar is the fastest of the 3. Even if they get to, and I don't think they kind of want to split up. I think when we get to this climb, Frank Vandenbroek, if he wants that King of the Mountains jersey, might have to go a little bit earlier than wait for a kind of 3-up sprint.
Slightly surprised to see Frank Vandenbroek actually interested in that sprint, given that it might be worth his while saving a little bit of energy for the climb to come. We're starting to wind up for the sprint behind. The gap down to inside 2.5 minutes. Let's see what the Alpecin Premier Tech squad can do. Nice to have the sort of caliber of rider like Matthew van der Poel to assist Jasper Philipsen. Is that the way they're going to wind up here? Soudal Quickstep as well. Want to make sure that Tim Merlier is where he needs to be. Now is Biniam Girmay hereabouts for the NSN squad as well. He's been back with puncture difficulties. That's a long time ago now at this point. And as you can see, points distributed all the way down from 1st to 15th. That's Pedersen as well, trying to throw his hat into the ring, and it's a blanket, but it looks like Girmay, I think, might have well just pinched that one. Are we going to call that?
Yeah, I'd say it was Biniam Girmay. Of course, Mads Pedersen as well. We talked about those big sprinters, Phillips and Merlier, but we don't get too many pure sprint opportunities at this year's Tour de France. So for Mads Pedersen to already be scoring points, looking in that green jersey, yeah, maybe we'll see Mads try to pick up a few more breakaways, picking up those points. Get a bit of a replay now. The helicopter shot.
Yeah, some riders taking the road less travelled, far on the left-hand side. Max Counter, out of counter, but not quite able to get up there. It certainly was Biniam Girmay. Looks like he's absolutely flying.
It looks like Anthony Turgis is up there for Total Energies. He was doing exactly the same last year, just chipping away, trying to get as many points. I don't think he's got any thoughts that he might win it, but he's going to be consistently trying to go for these green points jerseys. He's a rider that you kind of, it's a good finish, good sprint on him, but not as fast as maybe some of the fastest sprinters. But it didn't stop him last year, and he's going to continue with that this year.
Yeah, gets over the climbs maybe a little bit with greater ease and facility than someone like well, Jasper Philipsen's a pretty good climber, isn't he? So yes, and it all depends on form, doesn't it? And fitness and health, and so many different factors playing into this one.
But just to answer your question, Declan, on Frank Vandenbroek, yeah, it was a little bit strange one, but you got to remember that we're very early on in the tour, and to take maximum points today and maybe get himself in a breakaway tomorrow, maybe get some more points. You never know. As a sports director, you always try and to take as many points in the different competitions as possible. Even hearing that Bernal was a little bit surprised about taking the green jersey in the team time. He rolled over the line at the time where, you know, the first checkpoint. So you would encourage each of the members, if you were in the team car behind, to try and take as many points as possible, because you don't know what's going to happen. And having a jersey in the team, is, especially in Tour de France, is sought after. It's a prestige thing, so you would encourage them to do that. Although, yes, you would expect him to, as a better climber of these guys, to kind of save his energy for it. But when it's up for grabs, you give him, you know, green light to try and get as many points in these, I would say, minor competitions.
Rebecca's Hill, you call them minor competitions. Of course, they're major competitions in comparison with the minor competitions in other bike races. So, you know, in other stage races, riders and teams won't necessarily give quite as much attention to these particular opportunities. But in Tour de France, everything is heightened to the maximum. And it's now a major opportunity, isn't it, for Frank Vandenbroek, who, as you mentioned, is a pretty useful climber. He won a presidential cycling Tour of Turkey a few years ago, and there were plenty extensive ramps that had to be dealt with in that particular competition. So he climbs well, maybe not an A-list climber, but certainly in this kind of company he'll fancy his chances of claiming the top one. Actually, interestingly, the Team Picnic Post NL were one of the very fastest teams to that first intermediates point yesterday. Matt Winston in the team car had sort of spotted the opportunity, actually, if you just went absolutely hell for leather in that first 5k, then there's a half a chance you might end up with a green jersey. Fortunately for them, the Ineos squad, Netcompany Ineos, had the legs to go through the 5k faster than everyone else and then proceed on and almost pinch the stage, courtesy of Filippo Ganna at the end of it. But yeah, just shows, as you say, you need to spot the opportunities and identify which teams are interested in taking the opportunities as well. That was another interesting point earlier on, is who are the local riders, who are the super motivated riders, who are the ones that can see something worth going for. Something worth going for here, John, was that intermediate sprint, and well, the major contenders have announced themselves.
Yeah, they have. It was as we expected. We hear the NSN radio.
Good job, Benny. Good job, guys.
Yeah, just a bit of just to confirm, Benny had taken that sprint. Team completely behind it, and that sounded like Sam Bewley, the New Zealander, who has really found his way at NSN. One of the best DSs on for that team, and again leading the Tour de France.
You're talking about finding your way there. I just read something coming into this Tour de France that Biniam Girmay kind of fingered the team that he was with before. He wants to get back, and over the last kind of couple of years with a different team, he hasn't hit the heights he did a few years ago, especially in the Tour de France. But winning that intermediate sprint and then getting that from Sam Bewley in the radio, just it gives the whole team confidence that, you know, Biniam Girmay has shown already this year that he's in with a chance, and he's looking better, and he's actually enjoying himself in this NSN team.
Yeah, you could see when he first joined, I think they took a bit of time to get back to himself. You know, he's won the green jersey, one of the best sprinters around on his day, and it was nice to see. Actually, most recently at Baloise Belgium Tour, he won the first stage there, and I think that gives you such confidence coming into the Tour de France. A sprinter, as we all know, they just run off confidence. As soon as they win one sprint, yeah, the shoulders are up, the shoulders are back, they walk around the dinner in the evening, yeah, with that strut. And as soon as they got that strut back, they just seem to just pick off wins after wins. And it goes the other way, of course. But when they get out of it, yeah, it comes in threes then.
That's what we love about it, isn't it? That it still is such a human thing, isn't it? It's a human sport, and we are complicated creatures. Although some would say that sprinters are the simplest of all the most complicated creatures, aren't they? In that they only know one thing, but as you say, a bit of motivation. What sort of motivation is there for Lenny Martinez? Girmay has gone back to receive more plaudits, I think, from the team car. Probably not much enjoying this climb, but he's not clearly panicking about things at the moment. Martinez just tapping along at the back of the main peloton at the moment. Quiet comeback to racing in the Tour de Suisse. Not really present in the first day. Sort of, it was a shortened stage race, wasn't it? Tadej Pogacar kicked it all off with 70-odd kilometres to go in that one, and Martinez in the Bahrain Victoria squad pretty much marked absent on that occasion. So not sure whether they were coming off altitude, coming through fatigued from a camp or whatever, but one wonders what sort of form he and Tiberi, indeed, who's the best placed of that squad, are going to be able to carry into this year's Tour de France. Bit more bike bling for you. The Y1 RS. I think it looks great. Some people, it's a bit Marmite, isn't it, that particular frame design, as we see a more conventional one for Canyon. Demonstrated to us in beautiful profile by Pablo Castrillo, Spanish time trial champion. Went back for Uiterbrooks yesterday. Not a moment's hesitation. Realised the problem for his Belgian team leader. A difficult moment for the Movistar man. Ultimately losing almost 2 minutes Uiterbrooks yesterday. Castrillo won the Spanish time trial championship last week, so he's in some decent form. He'll cruise back on, I suspect, after that puncture.
Yeah, it shouldn't be much of an issue at this point. Using the climb, just trying to use the cars as well, as we see UAE team Emirates XRG now coming to the front.
Yeah, surprised to see them showing in the front, or is it just a bit of sort of regular race management?
Yeah, a bit of race management, I think, with it. It's such a technical finishing circuit. that we enter the circuit with around 30 kilometres to go, but we enter the outskirts of Barcelona around 10 kilometres before that. So with that, there's road furniture everywhere. So you just want to try and be in position, in control, and safe wherever you can.
We're on the first categorised climb of Tour de France 2026. We're making our way from Tarragona all the way to Barcelona. And this Cat 2 assault on the Côte de Bègue. Well, we'll see who's going to get it from that early break of 3 riders: Felix Engelhardt, Frank van den Broek and Alex Molenaar. Molenaar has already claimed bragging rights by taking the maximum 25 points at the first intermediate sprint of the event. His Caja Seguros team represented at the front of the race, and also a little bit further back. The only rider in their lineup who's ridden the Tour de France before is Fernando Gaviria, and the 2-time stage winner is just going to get it up as best he can. So too Arnaud Delis. Oh, so much attention on poor Delis actually after his illness ahead of Tour de France. Could probably do without the attention as well as the, as well as having to sort of manage the illness. That's the nature of this particular event. It's microscopic detail for absolutely every element and every single facet of this extraordinary event. The 113th edition. UAE Team Emirates XRG want to control the front of the peloton. Decathlon heading to the front as well. It's a bit like Tej Benoot, who's representing for them, one of the late representatives for that team. He had a little sort of band of brothers that were sitting on his wheel in the last 3 or 4 kilometres, Paul Sexas, without any ability to assist. A little bit of assistance required and will be welcome from Baptiste Westroffer.
Just like the Giro all over again with Arnaud Delis.
Yeah, team back, encouraging, cajoling. So difficult to recover when you're having to make. And we just got a little bit of intel from Jens Vogt is out on this climb. He said temperatures are sort of around the 36, 38 degrees Celsius. It's absolutely savage heat for these riders. This is the peak of the day in terms of temperatures, and it's a hot topic, if you'll pardon the absolutely disgraceful pun there, because so much talk about weather protocols, so much talk as well about the temperatures that have been endured by the people of France over the last couple of weeks. And indeed, we understand that in and around the region of tomorrow's stage in the Pyrenees, there have been various difficulties and travails that need to be dealt with. And there is all sorts of speculation that regional authorities may be given permission by the French government to make a call on the whether the Tour de France should take place, and whether those whether there should be a restriction, some sort of a change made. Some talk about maybe moving the start time. Other talk about maybe combining that, or separately maybe just reducing the length of the stage. And the logistics around changing the timetable of an event such as this are beyond imaginable. There's the incredible knowledge and detailed understanding, of course, going back generations in the ASO that run this event, but still it's not the work of a moment. If you've ever been to the Tour de France, the sheer scale is hard to encompass. I mean, just the sheer, and obviously we're in Spain, so it's Guardia Civil here, but when you're in France and you sort of ride along the length of the stage, to see hundreds and hundreds, thousands of gendarmes at the side of the road, you know, volunteers, people that are helping to manage the road, the closure that creates this event, is just one aspect of the logistics. To sort of that entire army and battalion, to give them a different timetable, a different structure, is just one unimaginably challenging aspect of changing things. But as we've mentioned, and as has been the theme, I suppose, of the first couple of days, flexibility is what's needed when it comes to the Tour de France, and what's needed when it comes to bike racing in its entirety. Tadej Pogacar's close to the front. He's in those polka dots at the moment. I wonder how he felt about this stage. Is it a GC day, Pat, Tadej?
Today, so yesterday you said it's going to be quite a complicated day. What do you think is the most scaring things, or the thing which worries you the most today?
I think the coast road before the climb, I think it's gonna be very, very dangerous and we need to be cautious, and yeah, it's gonna be a big fight there. Yeah.
Taking the yellow jersey is a goal today?
I mean, if there's a chance, you never will not try, no. But I think today the main goal is to stay safe and survive the climbs and see the situation of the race. I think that today is many possibilities that can happen.
And if you want to win the stage and maybe you have the chance in the final, so it means you also will control a little bit the race today, or not?
I will see. I don't think it's up to us today to control. So yeah, we will see after a few minutes of the race.
You smile, you're happy, everyone is cheering for you. How are you feeling here?
Yeah, really good, and happy to be here, and yeah, let's get the ball rolling.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's get the ball rolling. The yellow jersey's hardly the objective. Is a 22nd Tour de France stage victory also something that he wants? Surely it's just about controlling and managing his situation in relation to his GC rivals.
It's a very difficult one, because you've got someone that likes winning bike races, and if the course suits, then he'll go all in. Like you say, Declan, he's tallying up these wins. Not quite at 35 yet, but you can only think that, you know, that's in his mind.
He's getting nervous, is he?
Well, I think he already knows. He knew that when he was riding with them. But, you know, when you've got a course like today that suits you, then you're going to go all in and try and win the stage, irrelevant of anything else. So it's another stage. You're not going to pass that by. And Tadej Pogačar is not the sort of rider that lets things pass him by. So, but getting back to this point here, I think this is really suiting Molinari at the front here. He's already shown in the flat that he's the fastest of these guys. And if any of the other two want to take this Mountains jersey, they have to consider going a bit longer than waiting for this sprint over the top.
Down to 38 seconds. I thought they were managing it very nicely indeed. Still 750 metres to the top of the hill. They're giving it a bit of a squeeze here, the UAEs. This is clearly not want to make things as difficult as possible. Nobody's getting a free ride all the way to the finishing circuit here.
It's coming down now, isn't it? 36 seconds, just that increase from UAE Team Emirates. This is a good sign. We're still holding on to this group as we go back to the other riders. Of course, Arnaud De Lee with a bit of sickness.
Tour debutant Baptiste Festroffer with him. He's there to accompany and assist, to switching roles for him after he just about failed to make it into this move of the day. So he's not able to enjoy and soak up the atmosphere of this. Instead, he's on selfless support duty. Again, more examples of the flexibility that needs to be demonstrated. Now, looks like they're going to make it. Still got a half a minute in hand inside 500 metres to the top. Engelhardt tapping out the rhythm. Molinari happy enough to ride along in his wake, but the crowds are huge. Absolutely fantastic to see the level of support that's being given by the people of Catalonia to this event and to the arrival of Tour de France. And indeed, I think people from all over the world have decided that Grand Depart in this part of Spain is a fabulous opportunity both to soak up the atmosphere of Tour de France and also encounter different culture. Van den Broek looks like he's chomping at the bit. There's a little bit of space left for the riders too. Oh, there's just a little moment there for Van den Broek. I thought he was about to get on the pedals. Molinari makes his way through, and Molinari again showing a clean pair of heels to the rest. Looks like he's going to get there. It's Molinari that takes the 5. That's a key gain for the Dutchman, who showed himself to be the best. But was there just a little moment there for Van den Broek? Frustration, I think, for the Dutchman as he looks around and sees that they're about to be overhauled by the main peloton. Will the peloton continue to push on, and will there be an opportunity for these riders to further extend their advantage and indeed their time out front?
no real surprise there, was there, that Molinар took that. He already showed in the point sprint that he was quickest, and like I said, at the bottom of the climb, if you really want to take the King of the Mountains points, like clearly Engelhardt and Frank Vandenbroek did, then you cannot wait to just have a sprint over the top, and Molinar takes it. And you know, that was a nice moment for Caja Rural coming in to this race. Been out since, what, 1989, coming into this race and putting himself in prime place of taking that King of the Mountains jersey.
Let's get a look at it again, and Vandenbroek attempted to get involved, but instantly it was all about Molinar against Engelhardt. And once again, same 1-2-3 as it was for the intermediate sprint. Molinar shows himself to have both the form and the ability. Vandenbroek's cried enough. Happy enough to head back into the sanctuary of the main peloton. We see the other two continue to persevere out front. I suspect the main peloton will be happy enough to give them a little bit of an advantage. Not sure who took the one from the peloton, by the way. We'll catch up with that as soon as it's revealed to us by the good denizens of Tissot timing. The first climb has been completed. It's gone the way of Alex Molinar. The Caja Rural squad potentially trip to the podium to collect a polka dot jersey later on. Still 3 climbs to come. Surprised to see Vandenbroek pull out of that one. Clearly he's not feeling it, and just kind of said that's enough, so left it up to 2 of them.
It looked like just as Molinar just turned to the right, maybe he clicked his handlebars with the elbow or something, and maybe even Vandenbroek just kind of dropped a chain even. It just seemed like he stopped, which was quite surprising actually. But as Brian said, Molinar was the fastest out of that group of 3. Got a bit of a plateau now, around 11k, slightly more downhill, around 1.1% average for 11k. Let's get a shot of Vandenbroek just shaking his leg out. Maybe even a possible bit of cramp. And that's why he shut things down. Maybe he just started to sprint and felt the twinge and the cramp in his legs. And that was it for the young Dutchman. But we're already seeing the standard of the way things are done at the moment. In more recent times, teams getting together, taking up their side of the road. Company Ineos on the left-hand side of your screen. They all come together. They protect the likes of Vacolan for today's stage, and of course Bernal and Arlinsman. But you see now that the 2 riders should slowly increase their gap. The rest of the peloton just try to get into position, ready for the build-up and the entry to Barcelona.
So Quinn Simmons heading back to the team car. Not difficult to find, is he? And celebrating the 250th birthday of his nation yesterday by wearing the stars and well, of course, didn't get away with the stars and stripes yesterday. He's not the national time trial champion, but Harry probably had his stars and stripes Jim Jams on.
Yeah, I'm sure he
Jim
did.
Jams yesterday. At any rate, he's back to the team car with work to do. It's going to be a long 3 weeks for him. Breakaway opportunities aplenty across those 3 weeks. Something he said is that we don't see the sprinters really for several days. It's only the middle of the week in France that they have their first nailed on opportunity. Was it stage 5? Yeah, stage 5. The road to Pau. How many years has that one ended up in a sprint? Some but not all. Actually, it's Pau to Gavarni Gedra, but it is indeed. cruise through to the front of the peloton for the Bora Hansgrohe squad as they look to make a plan for the finale. 3 riders up front contesting the first climb of the week, or indeed of the 3 weeks, and that's gone the way of Alex Molenaar. He and his now sole breakaway companion Felix Engelhardt will attempt to try and fend off this peloton for a little while longer at any rate. Though it's now a little bit of a race through. They've got another little drag, haven't they? And then it's going to plunge down and take them towards the outskirts of Barcelona, at which point we will be making plans for the finishing circuit. We'll arrive onto that finishing circuit with just over 30 kilometres to go. Then we've got 2 full laps of a 12.2 kilometre circuit. 3 times up a grippy little 1700 metre challenge. That is the Chateau de Montjuic. Meanwhile, many other extraordinary pieces of architecture and heritage to be admired and absorbed. It's been a funny old Tour de France so far. 2 days in for Kevin Vogtland, punctured yesterday at a critical moment. He's already leaked a bit of time. I wonder what the plan is for the Ineos rider. Well, Kevin, we saw you very lucid yesterday after the team time trial. I thought you were going to get annoyed and that there would be frustration, but instead you were very quiet. Yeah, well, it's factual. There's nothing we can do about it. I could have turned the problem around in every way. It won't change. I had a puncture. It could have happened during the training the day before at a better time, and it happened at that moment. That's the way it is. You just have to keep your head up. I think the legs were there. We had a very solid team. We can be proud of ourselves to manage to finish second despite these glitches, where I couldn't quite give everything I had to give. We had a very great Filippo, which allowed us to achieve a great result. Now we also have 20 stages left, and it's better to see that way than to feel sorry for ourselves. But when we look at you in the overall standings, we say to ourselves, 1 minute 14, that's good. Kevin is a little bit hidden. It's a big word, but for a stage like today, for example, it can be interesting. Yes, it can be interesting. We'll see how it goes. I think it could be a pretty special race today. It's not to rehash memories, but a bit like Bologna in 2024, simply because we have a very steep bump at the end, and what can really make the riders look at each other in the general classification and neutralize the race at the back a bit. It can go up very strongly and quickly. They can look at each other, so why not have an opportunity at the breakaway? Are you a fan of circuits? Do you like it when you pass several times on the line and rediscover the same place? Yes, of course. I think it's something interesting for us, interesting for the audience as well. I think it can also lead to more motivation. And you know, where you put the wheels in the final, you can identify strategic points from the first lap. I think it can really benefit us. Yeah, there's always an advantage. Leak a bit of time, maybe it creates an opportunity. Another man that lost some time yesterday, Richard Carapaz. As I mentioned, second overall, the only man who looked like he could even begin to think about challenging Tadej Pogacar at the recent Tour de Suisse. Came off a bit of a gap in racing and looked in fine form. And Richard Carapaz for the EF Education Easy Post squad, looking for further opportunities. Man who has already recorded a stage success. And of course he's been third overall in the race in the past, and it's a nice moment to be easy to pick out for the fans. Ecuador flags flying with pride in this part of Spain.
Big old ice pack going to Richie Carapaz there. Just try and keep that core body temperature as under control as possible. Quite difficult to do when it's over 30 degrees and the riders are exerting themselves, especially on those climbs. But the next points, like we talked about, so a kilometre with 63 kilometres to go, we hit another little 4.2 kilometre climb. That's just over 3% average. And then at that point, 57k to go, we have a really fast and technical descent. The descent's around 2 kilometres in length, but it is quite narrow in places, and that's where we'll see that positioning fight is almost going to be make sure you're in position for the descent, to try and stay out of danger, stay out of trouble. So yeah, I'd expect a bit of a fight for that, for surprisingly for the descent more than the climb.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the breakaway riders to hang on if the main peloton is full of riders all insisting that they're at the front at the same time, and why the cumulative result of that is that we're going to have an escalation in the pace. Just tarmac that road, make for a fascinating climb. You talk about temperature management, and yeah, getting signals and reports that the temperatures on this particular climb up to 36, maybe even 38 degrees Celsius. It's been really, really challenging. We saw those ice baths that the Netcompany Ineos squad were putting their arms into yesterday. I've had it confirmed, by the way, they are from IKEA, and that's courtesy of the comment section of a fascinating article. I have to give tribute to Rona McLaughlin for all the extra bit of information I've got from Escape Collective and the temperature management and how important it is, because I think the key metric is that for every watt of power, I mean, human beings are only about 20 to 25% efficient, so for every watt of power there's 4 to 5 times as much energy produced in heat by the body. So when you're getting up to huge levels of wattage in comparison with mere mortals produced by Tour de France cyclists, they really do get very, very hot indeed. And of course every single a little bit of extra temperature has a negative impact on performance. So being able to control body temperature is just such a challenge, and it's something that the teams, I think, have identified as an important performance opportunity, and also something that needs a lot more attention there.
Yeah, it really has. Actually, quite interestingly, all the way the cooling strategy first. It's been around a long time, but in the Athens Olympics Games, Great Britain cycling team were doing it with the track sprinters. They were doing it on little chairs and putting their hands in the arms of the chair, so nice and cold. Because if it's all about cooling the capillaries and arteries in the wrist. It's near a very strong pulse. Obviously, you remember your pulse is in your wrist, the one that you always can easily take and easily find, most common, other than that, and then the neck. So if you cool that point, that then sends cooler blood or cooler temperature around the rest of the body. So yeah, it's been around a long time, but yeah, best way, get to IKEA, find some boxes, fill up with ice cold water and dip your arms in.
Yeah, they'll all be jumping in the Balearic Sea, I think, after this one, if they get half an opportunity. It's unlikely, but nonetheless, there'll be about 1 million. Oh, I tell you what, that person's probably very hot indeed as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of paint.
A lot of smiles too. A lot of joy, a lot of fun. Magnus Cort up to the front. And I mean, it's just constant beat on delivery, and every single rider takes on board that responsibility as well. I mean, it's just, obviously the team leader will maybe take a day off from that particular job, but pretty much all the riders recognize the importance.
Yeah, it's a very busy convoy behind that chief commissaire. Every car is constantly getting called up for water, for ice. It really is turning into a traffic jam, especially on those hot days. Just you have to be patient, wait for the team in front to finish, feed in their rider, and then make your way to your rider who's desperately wanted water, ice, and of course ice gels, ice socks, everything that goes with it.
Quite like these MMRs as well. They're classic seat stay drop on those ones. Again, the vast majority of this peloton Shimano or SRAM equipped. Just one team, I think, on Campagnolo these days. Now we're onto this little 3% gripper. On a hot day like this, it's not exactly an Alpine or a Pyrenean climb, but it's something they'll feel.
Yeah, you'll definitely feel it. It's one of those little kickers. You can see just as the road gets a little bit more narrow now, doesn't it? We've been on almost highways or big main roads with a bit of a lay-by on the side of the road and then two cars with, but now getting down to those smaller roads.
First time we've seen the yellow jersey, I think, today, as the Visma Lease bike squad finally get command at the front of the peloton. He'll have got a little bit of extra space. First time he's worn that yellow jersey indeed since... oh, that was nice beat on toss and nicely caught at the side of the road. But yeah, Jonas Vingegaard represented by the squad. And the Uno X squad, Uno X Mobility, also gain command on a narrow section of road, so that'll suit them. They'll be feeling pretty good about that. I wonder how good indeed that Tobias Holland Johannesson is feeling after yesterday's stage. A man who's certainly got a great shout at a top 10 finish. Started the day 20th overall, just precisely 60 seconds down on Jonas Vingegaard. A little bit of time leaked already, but a long way to go.
A little bit of a strange graphic there with Isaac Del Toro currently a minute 40 down. So that's going off what the graphic is. Can't see him at that front of the peloton. Maybe a puncture or an issue. He's making his way back into that peloton. But you nice to get some confirmation of that. It's always a strange one, isn't it? With the here we go.
Well, let's see who's standing at the side of the road. And it is indeed the Mexican national road race champion. Slightly forlorn look about him. And well, where is he and where's his bike?
Well, it looks like the team car would have driven past him. So that means that they might not have seen him. So the UAE team car must not have seen him, then pulled over to the side of the road. Then they sent the mechanic
back with his bike.
So the mechanic had to go back the wrong way with his bike to give him his bike to let him to come back up. But look how much time that he's lost. Now 2 minutes, nearly 2 minutes behind the peloton, just like that.
Ouch, there's an issue here, and there's a decision to be made by the UAE team Emirates XRG squad, because at this point 2 minutes 27 seconds down on the lead of the race. That's 2 minutes down on the peloton effectively. Where is the rest of the cavalcade? Scattered all over this mountain, I suspect. There's not much support on a choppy road like this, so it's a challenging moment here for Isaac Del Toro. He's going to be feeling a little bit lonely.
Yeah, oof, and he's a long way back. So these are the black numbers of the car, so that means that's the second team car. So you get a good look now. So the Team Jayco Alula, number 10 in black, that means that's second car. So he is a really long way back in the convoy. The first set of cars, they have red numbers, so that's how you differentiate the convoy. So he's a long way back, but he is in that convoy, so he'll be able to use the cars to try and make his way back.
And both cars are in the cavalcade at the moment, because there's a tiny break up front. If there was a huge split and lots of teams up the road, then you would have most of the team cars might. But basically at the moment, this cavalcade constitutes all the team cars for the most part.
Yeah, that's right. So with you can see now he's just making his way to a commissaire just a couple cars ahead as well. So he'll be back in the first convoy.
Great to get this insight here from Isaac Del Toro and the team UAE, or at least the UAE team Emirates. By the way, always worth investigating HBO Max Multi-View. We've seen a promo for that earlier on. There was a QR code on screen. I don't doubt that we'll maybe see it again, if not today, certainly in days to come. But investigate that, because you will get these images from the back of the peloton, and it's a great little opportunity for a little bit of extra insight on HBO Max Multi-View. Take control of your own, produce your own highlights, if you like, in a kind of a way. Niels Pollard at the back, waiting for the arrival of Isaac Del Toro, slightly different, famous exponent of entertainment. And Niels Pollard is at the back here and waiting for the arrival of Isaac Del Toro. Jensi's out on the motorcycle. What's he seeing?
We just happened to drive past Isaac Del Toro standing amongst the spectators. His bike leaned on a little concrete wall on the side of the road. Nobody there. Then we passed his team car. We saw Fabrizio Guidi being hectically on the radio, but at least 500 to 600 meters further up the mountain from Isaac Del Toro. So there was clearly some miscommunication, and the technical problem of Isaac Del Toro must have been somewhere he could not keep riding. He's just behind us. As we talk about him, Isaac Del Toro just flying past me. He's looking good, but he is working hard. You can see his upper body rocking. He's working hard to make it back to the peloton. So clearly a mistake and some misunderstanding amongst the teams. So he changed the bike with the second team car, not the first team car. That had already passed him. So that reminds me on Paris-Roubaix and Tadej Pogačar getting on that blue neutral service bike. But back to your commentators now.
He's been on a neutral service bike himself in the past, hasn't he, Jensi? But I think actually we think something different there, do we? That it was actually his race bike that he got on, but the way that he got it was in the most unconventional style.
Yeah, it looked like he was definitely the team mechanic from the first car, because as well I was looking, there was actually space on the front right when we're looking at that car now, and that's where Isaac Del Toro's bike would have been. So yeah, I think the first mechanic made his way back, brought the bike to him, but you can see now this is it really is easily done when someone stops at the side of the road. If they haven't radioed and it's missed by the commissaires, they're just lost in the fans and in the crowd. And of course, fans wear team jerseys nowadays of their favourite teams, so it's not that easy.
There's probably a few UAE ones out there, yeah.
There could be anyone, so it's yeah, surprisingly quite easily done. So it's just key, the communication from Isaac Del Toro. If you have a problem, you really need to tell the team car behind what's going on.
And the radios themselves in a mountain in a situation like this, is there? I mean, how reliable are they in general?
Yeah, they're not as reliable as you think.
As you'd like them to be.
Yeah, they always seem to. Yeah, they always seem to go wrong when you need them most, and when you don't need them, they work perfectly. So
look at that.
He's back.
He's back in the main peloton. He's a way to go to make it to the front of the peloton. Niels Pollitt there to assist, but that was really, really impressive. I suppose this peloton is stretched about as long as it possibly could. It must be well over 100 metres, probably a couple of 100 metres long indeed, as we pick up, 58k to go. But Isaac Del Toro back in the bosom of the main peloton, and that was really, I mean, I thought that was absolutely fantastic to see as well. He got no assistance from anyone else. There were no sticky bottles. There was just his effort. He worked his way through that cavalcade with amazing technical ability as well. Good to see sort of all-round cycling skills and incredible athletic ability demonstrated there by Isaac Del Toro. Visma on the front. They've got the yellow jersey. How long do they want to keep it? What's going to happen as we work our way down towards Barcelona and towards the business end of this second stage of Tour de France? Jorgensen et al. Have a job to do to try and protect the interests of Jonas Vingegaard. GC riders staying where they need to be. A little bit of work to do. Cap's gone out for two up front, so clearly the narrow roads perhaps creating a level of contentment for the major GC teams. They were able to throttle back a little bit and manage the front of that peloton on those narrow twisting roads, and that's allowed our intrepid duo out front an extended run. How dearly indeed they would love to at least battle for the points on the first climb on the circuit, which is with about 28 kilometers to go. 27 kilometers to go. We'll reach the top of the Coteau Chateau de Montjuic, but they're going to need a lot more than 35 seconds arriving on that 1700 meter climb.
Yeah, you could see, we had a glimpse of the front of the peloton. Matteo Jorgensen almost signalling to tell the riders to slow down. He was really putting his hand up. It's fine, relax, relax. We don't need to do anything. They know they're in a good position. So, yeah, it's easier said than done when you're at the front, when you're telling everyone to calm down. But
yeah, sometimes the front is the place where you get the least information, isn't it, or the least sense of how complicated and challenging this can be. Back at the peloton. altogether more animated by times. Nico Denz, a man who's challenged for breakaways at Grand Tour level on numerous occasions, and successfully indeed. He's won a stage of Tour de France. Yes, he's won a stage of Tour, hasn't he?
Yeah, in the Champs-Élysées, wasn't it? At the end of the, I can't remember which year.
Well, he's an absolute class act at Grand Tour level.
Well, 3 stages of the Giro, I think, actually.
Yeah, Giro. He's a Giro breakaway expert,
yeah, I'm
isn't
getting, he? It was, yeah, breakaway, and it was Jordi Meus, of course.
Meus, yeah.
Of course.
Well, that is a very impressive pont, has to be said. Layer upon layer of planning.
Interestingly as well, the word for bridge in Welsh is pont as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Welsh and French.
Any fluent Welsh speakers in the peloton?
Stevie Williams, first language is Welsh, actually. He learned it, still speaks Welsh with his mum and dad at home. He's from Aberystwyth in West Wales. I'm not sure about Josh Tarling, but he more than likely a Welsh speaker, or being able to, especially in West Wales, you have a good, really big community there, so it's easier to keep the language going.
The pressing on. How long can they hang on? They've been out front almost since the start. 3-rider breakaway paired back to 2 following the first climb of this Tour de France, and it's the man who took the major points there, Alex Molenaar, in the company of the German national road race champion Felix Engelhardt, with dreams of glory today. I think they've pared back their expectations a little bit to, at the very least, leading the field through to the first appearance at the finish line. Well, that would be with 30 kilometres to go. Actually, they reach the finish line with a little bit closer, 24.4, by which time they will have gone over that first assault of the Chateau de Montjuic, 3 times up that 1.7 kilometre climb. Then they plunge down. Then they've got a little 800-metre ramp up that we saw yesterday in the time trial, and that's going to be the final appointment. Who's going to have the legs on that one? But the Chateau de Montjuic will soften up the legs, especially as they'll have 3 goes at it. We'll see what's going to eventuate. Are we going to have a battle amongst the general classification contenders? Or is it going to be one for other Baradur? Is there an opportunity for late attacks into the final? Now here's Isaac Del Toro going, where's my bike? And this is I think we're going to get out of the mechanic having to jump on the bike, cruise down the hill, and deliver that bike to Isaac Del Toro. Of course, Isaac Del Toro himself, who were he on that bike, wouldn't really be permitted to go backwards along the course, but it's no problem at all for a team helper.
It might not be allowed, so I think you need to wait until the communique comes out.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if there is a fine or something for that.
Guys, Isaac is just back in the group now. Isaac is back.
He certainly is, and he was back like a shot. Super impressive work by Isaac Del Toro, and there are going to be many challenges of that nature. All riders. Well, heading down towards Barcelona, it's the home of dragons. They tell me there are over 400 dragons in Barcelona. St. Jordi dealt with them once upon a time. And of course, Eurosport is the home of cycling, and you can find our extensive Tour de France coverage on HBO Max. And when the racing is done, there's even more to enjoy. The global phenomenon is back. Emmy-winning HBO Originals House of the Dragon returns for its most fiery season yet. The realm is on edge, power is up for grabs, and the war for the throne is about to ignite. Stream the new season now on HBO Max. That's all about to ignite here in Tour de France, inside 50 to go. And I believe Jonathan Harris-Bass is back with us as well to enjoy and savour the next moments in this wonderful second stage, heading down towards Barcelona, John.
Yeah, thank you very much, Declan. It's perfectly poised, I think it's fair to say, as we look on. It's been a very fast day's racing, plenty of heat out there on the road as well, 37 on that last climb, and now we're onto our circuit. So it's we're just about to get onto our circuit anyway, with 49 kilometres to go. Difference between those two riders up the road, 47 seconds, which is holding steady. Another mechanical here.
Looks like a rear wheel this time. Can't
Yeah, John, when I was on with Brian earlier, I just said a surprising amount of mechanicals in the early stages of today. They've just continued to come.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Maybe just a bit more, a bit of dust and gravel, and yes, really small flint, and all it takes is that to dig into the tyres. Of course, on the it looks like Michał Kwiatkowski, yes it is, just making his way back. But in that time trial on the first day, a lot of the teams, of course, will be running the time trial tyres, which are less puncture resistant. So that's why sometimes you see those problems, as we get to see another one here. Quinn Simmons now.
Quinn Simmons wanting a bike change straight away. Kwiatkowski is almost a couple of minutes down. Well, the scene has been stunning. We come past the Chateau de Cervelo. Nothing to do with the bike manufacturer. But we've now got this. It's a very interesting sort of 10-15 kilometres coming up here, John, because no one's going to want to go too early, but people are going to want to be coming onto the circuit in the first 20-30.
Yeah, as a minimum. I think if you want to win the stage today, you need to be in the top 20 as a minimum, and then of course if you want to do anything else, so everyone is going to be fighting. GC riders, of course, we talk about Vingegaard and Pogacar all day long, but those two riders, they need to be there. Looks like Kwiatkowski just having a little problem with his the under the saddle, which is the Velon device that tracks all the data that we get on our screens. But look at this, how wide the road is. Teams just line up. They're all doing the same thing now. We're getting closer and closer to the centre of Barcelona.
How impressed have you been with these two, Felix Engelhardt and Alex Molinar, with their efforts today?
Yeah, it's been a top effort, really, of course, with Van den Broek earlier as well. Only ended up with 3 of them. It could have been 4 if they waited, but I think they made the right choice to carry on. The gap had already opened up at that point, and you don't really want to be giving away free 45 seconds to the peloton. So what it's been a great ride from those two. And of course Molinar, Dutch born, but actually been living in Catalan region since he was 12 years old, so a bit of a home stage for him.
A home stage and making the most of it. We just keep on jumping backwards and forwards to Kwiatkowski, who is closing that gap between himself and the main peloton. We're now going to go and hear from Romain Grégoire.
Comment vous êtes senti, Romain, hier? Vous faites un bon chrono.
Romain, what a lovely jersey you have on today.
Ouais, on a fait un bon chrono, toute l'équipe marchait vraiment bien. C'était un peu compliqué de
I feel that the team worked well yesterday. It was tricky losing 2 riders at the beginning because of crashes, but we were pretty satisfied with our sport performance in spite of Clément unable to start this morning. Do you have ambitions for the GC? You're well positioned. Today is a big day. What Well, my ambition was to do a good team time trial, launch this Tour de France well, and there are two really good stages today and tomorrow. It's important for me to be well positioned in GC. We'll see how it goes today. Can't wait to start already because we really can do a good race. It's going to be tough though, tougher than yesterday today. Yeah, it's tougher. We know that Catalunya, the races here that have passed through the Montjuic climb before, this is a bit different, but for sure it's going to be a really big last lap. .51 seconds, or 50 seconds now, the difference between the two riders, Alex Molinar and Felix Engelhardt, who are up the road. Engelhardt in the German national jersey, so in great form coming into the Tour de France, having won that race just a week ago, and Romain Grégoire, the newly crowned French national champion, winning that 7 days ago.
In really good form, isn't he, Grégoire? If you win the French champs, if anyone watched it a week ago, you know how difficult that course was. So yeah, Grégoire in good form, wanted to use those legs in those opening 3 days here at the Tour de France. Getting a glimpse of how wide the road is in the build-up towards Barcelona, and all that does is create more space for teams to get involved at the front of that peloton, that chasing peloton. It's going to be a big fight because every team wants to be there, and at some point it's like the old school lead-outs where you used to see teams lined up across the road. We do get a clip of that peloton. I'm sure you're going to see that again. It's all about picking one side of the road, trying to be there with the whole team and look after your chosen leader.
I mean, the first few days, the first week of the Tour de France is already very stressful, and then we see frequent crashes taking place in the opening week of the Tour de France, which are caused by nothing more than stress. With the wider road, is that helpful in removing stress, or does it mean because there are more teams up there it actually increases the stress?
Yeah, it actually kind of increases it. If you just saw a glimpse at the top left of your screen then, so Pinarello Q36.5 are on the left hand side, and then Decathlon CMA CGM just have gone over and stolen that side of the road, and they've blocked out now Pinarello. So now Pinarello need to go together again, find each other again, and get back into a good position. So it's this. It really is a merry-go-round at the front, and you can just see all the teams lined up in team order. Bahrain victorious straight down the middle, but the teams with the best position usually are the teams on the side of the roads, because that means the rest of the peloton is only going to come from one side. So if you're on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the road, you know you're kind of protected in a way.
A little bit of extra ice for Michał Kwiatkowski, battling his way back up towards the main peloton. There has been glorious weather conditions today, but very hot indeed. Yo-yoed between 33 degrees and around 38 degrees out on the road so far today. Has it been faster than you expected today, John?
No, it's been about right. It really is the speed at the Giro. We saw how fast the peloton is moving now. And it's exactly the same today. I think the build-up for those key points happens earlier, and that just increases the speed the whole time. We have a problem here for number 55. Looks like Olaf Koy, doesn't it?
Yeah, Olaf Koy in strife here. He's looking to change a wheel.
Sports director Luke Rowe just getting out of the car, making sure the mechanic was putting the wheel in correctly. Quickly he got back in the car, didn't he? He wanted to get back in that air conditioning.
.46.5 kilometres an hour has been the average speed throughout today's stage. Suddenly we've seen that lead of the two riders, Molenaar and Engelhard, trimmed down to just 11 seconds in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, not even, it's not even if it was a big organised chase behind, is it? It's just every team needs to be at the front, and almost every sports director is saying the same thing. The riders have had that briefing way back this morning. They knew the key point where they needed to be, and that's exactly what we're seeing on the screen.
So from those very big, wide boulevard-style roads on the approach to Barcelona, it narrows a little now that they get into Barcelona proper, and that once again really does increase the importance of your position as you make your way, certainly onto the circuits. And we've got our first ascent of Montjuic, getting ever closer, but the two riders out in front, Alex Molenaar and Felix Engelhard, now plain to see for those behind. And it is another change, and this is Paul Sexas, who is switching bikes with one of his teammates.
It looks like he's changed with Paolo Pentla. This isn't good for Sexas. This is a key moment for positioning, ready for the circuit into Barcelona. Really badly timed, actually, because Team Car 1 had stopped with Olaf Koy. That meant his spare bike wasn't ready, or his preferred bike 2 wasn't there ready and waiting. Sexas had to change bikes with a teammate. It's never ideal.
Honour amongst the breakaway riders. You're watching stage 2 of the Tour de France 2026, the 113th edition of the Grande Boucle. We're going from Tarragona to Barcelona. We are now in Barcelona, about to head on to 3 circuits through to the finish line, and our breakaway that has contained Felix Engelhard and Alex Molenaar. They had Frank van den Broek with them until the first time of the day when he succumbed to cramp. But they've been out in front for over 100 kilometres, but a little shake of the hands between them there signifies that they are going to be consumed by the chasing peloton in just a few moments' time. We've just seen Paré Peintre swap bikes with Paul Sexas, and Declan's been quickly on to let me know that Aurélien Paré-Peintre stands at 1.84 m tall. Paul Sexas is 1.86 m. Sexas hasn't had a great day. There were clips put out on Instagram. I know that Ola Chenouille retweeted or reposted this a little earlier on today, and it was images of Paul Sexas down at the start, and either his computer on his bike wasn't working or it wasn't present, and he was getting really irate. And for someone who has shown great maturity, John, beyond his years in so many ways, do you think that the pressure is potentially going to get to him during this race?
I don't think it's going to get to him too much, but you do really have to remember he's 19 years old. 19 years old. He might, of course, when you're 19, I think all of us can look back at when we were 18, 19 years old. You didn't say the right thing. You learn from how you speak to people. You learn how to get things across. And I think as a 19-year-old, there's always going to be those little bits of tension, or like you can see on clips on social media. But I think this is an experience for him at the Tour de France. He needs to experience it to be able to come back in a year's time, or 2 years' time, or even 3 years' time, have that under his belt and be here. And he has that talent to win the Tour de France. You can say it, everyone knows it. but it's just these experiences, all this learning that he needs to do, and of course he's got plenty of time to try and win that yellow jersey.
Yeah, well, he most definitely does, and it's something that France, of course, has been begging for over the years. As the time between Bernard Hinault's last win in the Tour and the present day grows ever further. Well, this is a spirited effort from Engelhardt and Molinard. They still managed to hold the lead, and in fact they've just managed to stretch it back out from 7 seconds to 10 seconds, their lead over the peloton.
Yeah, that little bit of little hesitation, wasn't there? It seems like they, especially Decathlon, were at the front. They've stopped riding at the front, and that's just allowed even with that little handshake, there's still some racing to be done for the breakaway. I mean, here Sexas back to the back of the peloton. Just want to wonder what bike he's on. He'll want to change to his own bike, I'm sure. Yeah, still on number 56, so still on. And he's just putting his arm up now. He'll make his way to the stop. Team car will stop on the right-hand side and swap him to his other bike.
It's been a busy 20 minutes or so for Decathlon.
It really has, and this is Sports Director Luke Rowe now giving him a good push. He did a double bike change, actually. Got them all back. Pantera went back on his own bike, obviously. And Sexas back now on his spare bike.
Did he come off his bike yesterday, Paul Sexas? Just saw that little bit of...
It's the crash that he suffered at Tour de Rouen Alps.
Okay.
So about 2 weeks ago, yeah. Still, it's quite a bad crash, actually. And still just with the wounds, covering them up, keeping them safe. It's the worst thing you want to do, really, is crash on an open wound or a healing wound. And it sends the recovery a long way back.
At the front of the race, 18 seconds now the advantage for Engelhardt and Molinard. Paul Sexas 37 seconds down on the main peloton, working hard with Aurélien Paré-Peintre to try and find his way back.
Jonas Vingegaard, first to see you with a face mask. Anything to worry about?
Well, I hear there already is some sickness in the bunch, and as I've been sick in my last two Tour de France's, I wanna be on the safe side and try to stay healthy. So it's more a precaution from my side. I don't have anything at all. And yeah, also there's a lot more people, there's a lot more spectators, a lot more journalists, so there's a lot more things that can go around, and I just want to try to stay more safe than in the last Grand Tours.
What you do have is a yellow jersey, Jonas. How is it to be back in that yellow jersey after 3 years with ups and downs in this race where you really got your big breakthrough as a cyclist?
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling for me. As you say, I've had a lot of especially downs in the last 2 years, and I feel like this year, luckily, I've had more ups. Yeah, I'm extremely happy to be in the yellow jersey, and I think with also my the last few years, I think I will try to enjoy it a bit more in a way. Enjoy every day I will have in the yellow jersey.
Finally, Jonas, about today, the circuit in Barcelona. What are your thoughts? It reminds me a little bit of one of my favorite stages last year, where you put a show on in Rouen, stage 4.
I cannot remember stage 4 last year. Sorry. I mean, it's anyway. It's going to be a very tough climb, very tough final. So we have to be ready for a big fight today.
Good luck today, Jonas.
Thank you.
Well, the Camp Nou heading towards its conclusion of being extended. I think take it up to a capacity of over 100,000. I seem to remember reading somewhere, which will make it one of the biggest theatres to football. Seven seconds once again, that advantage coming right down and heading towards what will be the ascent for the first time up to Montjuic. And we can just see the jockeying for position behind.
It's difficult here. We had a glimpse of Paul Sexas still in those cars. The start of the first climb on this finishing circuit, first passage, we hit with just under 29 kilometers to go. So, okay, he'll make it back to the peloton before that point, but then he is quite far out of position. And when riders are getting dropped, selections are being made, it means that Sexas is going to have to make a big effort just to move into position when he makes it back to the peloton. So it's not been the best luck for the young Frenchman. And of course, this peloton isn't slowing down either. Everyone is fighting for position. Sexas nearly there now. He's just behind the chief commissaire.
But as you say, John, it wasn't that he wasn't going to make it back. It's just where he makes it back, which is at the back of the peloton. Then they're going to be moving up into the front 20 positions, which is where he will need to be. So he's still got more effort to do there, and then he's going to be going on to the climb. So there's more effort to come then. So it just the question is, okay, Paul Sexas, it's not going to be a terminal moment for him in this Tour de France, but it's just how it affects him in the coming days. La Place d'Espagne. Beautifully wide and open part of this circuit now.
But look at that peloton, completely almost lined out now. So look at the effort from Vingegaard in the yellow jersey just to move up a couple of spaces. So it's going to be a big ask for the young Frenchman Sexas to get to that front of the peloton. I did see Cees Bol was waiting there. He wants to try and help Sexas back to the front.
Little track up towards the front of the peloton here. And that speed edging up once again to over 50 kilometers an hour on this meandering part of the circuit. And it's really well strung out.
Yeah, and now from this right-hand turn, it's now a kilometre on a straight road until we make a right turn, and then we hit the bottom and the first climb on that finishing circuit. It's look how hard it is for anyone to be moving up into position. You can see Tadej Pogačar in the polka dot, he's in the middle. Vingegaard just a little bit further back with his teammates on the left-hand side.
It is perfectly poised, and so to take you through to the finish, I will hand you back over to Declan.
Cheers, John. That's full on now, isn't it? Absolutely cruising along. It's got a vibe of the last stage, isn't it? On the Champs-Élysées, the big bunch, the city centre crowd, the barriers along the full circuit, and they are going at tornado pace at the moment. That'll be 5k to go, a little while before we reach that point in the proceedings. Been a lonely old road for Paul Sexas back into the peloton. He's safely in there, but is he going to be able to work his way back up? And you talk about being such a young man. How much experience has he got of operating a cavalcade of this vast size, the structure of the the race as well, and everything around that. But he handled that first, to tick that box reasonably well, and impressively so, as you might expect for a rider with the level of expectation on him. This is what we've got now as we're heading now towards the first climb of the Chateau de Montjuic, and Vacek, who himself has been off his bike today with technical issues, the Czech national road race champion, the Lidl Trek rider, has command at the front of the peloton. Juan Ayuso in that white jersey is all present in and correct as the leading contenders place themselves at the front. This is what they have in prospect, and as you can see, it's 1,600 metres, so about a mile in old money, and yeah, approaching double figures percentage. Only gets more challenging as you get up towards the top. 14% at the top of the climb. Little sector at almost 17%. It's top of the block stuff, isn't it? It's going to be very, very challenging, and they've got to go up it 3 times.
Yeah, that final 450 metres, 500 metres is the most difficult. But yeah, when you talk about it, Sexas, how far back is he in this peloton now? And it's a monumentous effort just to get from the back of this peloton back towards the front. These are the best bike riders in the world, in the best form they've ever been in. When you go to the Tour de France, everyone's level is just that little bit higher. And now it goes to UAE Team Emirates to set things up and set the pace.
They own it at the front, the reigning champion in the polka dot jersey for the moment. Will he be converting that into yellow at the end of the day? 12-second margin to be overhauled to the man in that yellow jersey, the ever-cautious Jonas Vingegaard. Face masks off, gloves are off as well. We're ready to do battle here in the final part of this bike race. We're into the final, and it is the Bitpart players that have moved aside. And the leading players have taken centre stage. Brandon McNulty with command of the front of the peloton. Others who've put themselves into position to bring a rider up there. Richard Carapaz has been nicely presented by a teammate and who's stepped aside. And most of the big names are there. But where exactly is Paul Sexas? And how long before we see him?
Just a little touch of wheels there towards back of the peloton. Looked like Matthew van der Poel. Just caught the edge on that left-hand turn. He held it well, though, of course, with all the skill he has. But he did go straight on, miss the corner and lose a few positions.
Keen to stay up there. Everything he said is that he can't handle these climbs, not 3 of them. Do you believe him?
He's looking like he's handled it the first time up.
Yeah,
I trust his judgment, but we know Van der Poel, pure racer, isn't he? And if he gets through to the final time, he's a rider that'll give everything to make sure he stays in that group and has an opportunity to go for the win.
First assault on to Montjuic Castle, the Chateau Montjuic. First foundation stone of that laid in 1640. It's had a somewhat storied, sometimes troubled history as well over the last 3 centuries. Montjuic Castle has played a decisive role in the history of Barcelona. It was it's a symbol of the Catalan defeat at the hands of Spain back in 1714. Indeed, the end of the 19th century. It's synonymous with barbarity due to the torture inflicted on the prisoners held there. The torture at the moment is self-inflicted for the most part, and plenty of riders not able to endure it. Others, though, look as if it's all just another day in the sun, another day on their bikes. Tadej Pogacar looking pretty relaxed, less so Julian Alaphilippe. There's going to be no addition to his haul of Tour de France stages. He's just one of many, many riders going backwards. Look at the crowds, absolutely massive, and there'll be quite the queue for the chairlifts, I think, at the end of today.
Yeah, it's what a sight, though. All the fans would have been out a long time making sure they got the best seat in the house. Probably setting up camp at 9 a.m. this morning, taking all their provisions. Now 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time. If you want a place on that barrier, you get there as early as possible.
Yeah, maybe a day in advance. Well, they've done their best to support them all the way on to this climb, but this is riders from Decathlon going backwards. It was Parry Ponter, of course, who took Sexas's bike that time. marginally shorter, so less of a penalty really for Sexas. Back on his race bike, and still not in evidence close. I suppose that the trick is not to panic and just to pick them off, but without using up too much energy. It's a subtle art.
Yeah, it really is. And this is one of those character building moments for Sexas. We talked about how young he was and inexperienced, and these are all these parts that he's going to learn from in the Tour de France. He needs to stay calm, he needs to pick those riders off, and just like you said, maybe it takes him a lap of this finishing circuit to get back in position. But if it takes him a lap and he gets there, that's better than going full gas, blowing up and never getting there. So it's yeah, he has some good guidance in the team car, of course, from so
he's already sitting in 20th position at the moment, Paul Sexas, so he's right up there. So he's quite lucky. He got to the point where a lot of riders had pulled the pin, but he managed to get himself up there.
You know, is that him moving up there now?
Yeah, it was. That's a big effort from the young Frenchman.
Paul Sexas in position, as indeed are the rest of the general classification contenders, down to the final 25.5 kilometres. They've got 2 more assaults on that Chateau de Montjuic. This is the plunge down before the 800-metre climb up to the finish line. At the first time of asking, we know we're familiar with this, of course, from yesterday. And into Montjuic Park, which has played host to many a thrilling conclusion to a Volta Catalunya. And Brian, it's familiar territory, not quite the same stage finale as we're used to in Volta Catalunya, but similar roads in Montjuic Park.
Yeah, it's the same climb, exactly the same climb they've got. Of course, in Catalunya they finish at the bottom of this part, but yeah, we've got you know, an uphill still to come. So look at the size of this group now, and I know he didn't have the greatest of luck coming onto the circuit, but he's back there. He's sitting in just behind Lipovic there, and it was a huge effort. I was trying to watch him in the background. They came onto the circuit at the back of the group, and slowly but surely, but he's probably went the fastest up that climb there, and that will take a little bit of an effort to get back to the front, but he's there. But as expected, we've come on to this circuit. It's Brandon McNulty is taking control at the front for UE Team Emirates, but a very much reduced peloton now.
Americans abound in terms of supporting the GC contenders. Jorgensen in front of Jonas Vingegaard. He's got the responsibility, at least early in the final here, to protect the yellow jersey, and that's your final group. The white jersey of Juan Ayuso, supported by Vacek, a little bit further back in the line. Remco Evenepoel, or is it Lipovic? It might have been just a little bit closer to the front of the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad. Meanwhile, riders going backwards, Vauquelin among them, and that's it's been a really, really tough and challenging first couple of days of the Tour de France for Kevin Vauquelin.
Yeah, it's also another Frenchman in trouble. Just hearing that Gregoire, the French champion, has had a puncture as well. So he's another rider that I think had a real good chance of getting a good result today. But just looking at this peloton here, Declan, I cannot see the French champion's jersey.
Not sure what the Catalan for puncture is, but
there he is in the right-hand side. So they've managed to bring him back up.
Cravacion, not quite the issue that it might have been. Mark Hirschi's coming back as he had a problem. Other than
physical,
the leg's not working, to that the way that he might have hoped. Well, they're still chasing. Taveri as well is a rider that we certainly wouldn't have expected to be back here, the better placed of the two GC contenders from the Bahrain Victoria squad after the time trial yesterday. 13th overall, 47 seconds down. That would suggest that ordinarily he ought to be able to follow the pace of this group up the climb first time round.
But just look at the size of this group now. 180 riders, and we're reduced to what, 50, 60 riders now at the front of the main group. Pogacar and the polka dots there. They're all up there. On that previous climb there, we could see that all the major contenders were right there towards the front as expected. So far so good for the GC guys, but for the stage hunters, Van der Poel still in it. You cannot discount this man here, Romain Gregoire. He won the French title in a very kind of punchy final. But yeah, it's going to be a real exciting final.
Alex Molinar's not involved in it, but he'll be anxiously tracking the progress of the leading contenders, because Brandon McNulty took the 2 points on offer at the top of the climb first time round, directly in front of the man wearing the polka dot jersey. He wasn't chasing points, but he happened to garner one, where Pog to lead over the next two summits of the Chateau de Montjuic. He would actually, I think, end up the date level on points with Alex Molinar, and would retain that jersey. But that is a long way in the future in relative terms, and Tadej Pogacar is not even remotely interested in it. So I think there's every chance Molinar might still be able to claim that polka dot jersey at the end of the day. Minor consideration though, maximum focus for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad on making this as demanding as possible, and making sure that they don't allow too many riders to come back into this group and potentially just upset the structure of it.
They seem to be happy for the moment. He was on the radio there. He's got two teammates in front of him. Voiklin, what it really isn't his Tour de France so far. He had a puncture earlier on today, puncture in the TT yesterday, getting himself back in here. You know, another rider that could feature in this final, but I don't know what the problem was there. Whether it was kind of out of position, but yeah, it's all happening at the moment in this circuit.
Well, that's Pache with just his disc has become fouled up, and there's a rag has got into the yellow rags, plenty of yellow in evidence here, just got into the brake caliper.
Colombian flag.
Oh, goodness me. Almost all of that Colombian flag presented back to the fan, and that is just so frustrating. Kenton Pache, not necessarily a rider we would have expected to feature at the back end today, but he's a valuable and important support act for Romain Gregoire.
Yeah, definitely. Fourth place now. You've got Del Toro as well. They want to kind of look after him. He had a bit of a chase after changing bikes earlier today. He's got himself in a really good position. So half of the team of UAE Team Emirates towards the front, another half of Visma Lease bike, four of them there just behind, and then you've got Vatsik, Ayuso. So, you know, they're kind of all lining up. All the protagonists that we thought would be there are there, including Mathieu van der Poel. But like you just said there, Tiberi, that's a strange one, because you would expect he would be coming here looking at a general classification.
Yeah, clearly wasn't bad in the time trial at the conclusion yesterday. Lenny Martinez down towards the back. He's got himself in the right group. He's been at the back for much of the day. Jordan Giga just in front of him as well, handily in position.
Well, they rode for Tom Pidcock today, and you can just see him 171 just in front. They're just highlighting him now. So he's just at the back there lurking. He's not kind of pushing and shoving to be any further kind of forwards. Still 20 kilometres to go. It's now a scenario where I think most people are happy. They're in a smaller group. You know, there's high tension coming into Barcelona and onto the Montjuic circuit, but now that it's kind of really whittled down to this kind of smaller group, now they can relax a little bit more. But I wouldn't think Tom Pidcock wants to kind of sit back there too long. As we start getting towards the finish, you want to kind of move up. It'd be interesting to see if anybody goes for a long one, but I think everybody for the moment anyway is satisfied with the tempo being set by Brandon McNulty.
Are all of these riders going to be thinking long-term 3-week stage race? How many will be just lay it all out and think there's a major opportunity here?
Well, I think that a lot of the riders are thinking long, but when you get a circuit like this, and you know it suits certain riders, you have to take your opportunities. Because most of the time for a GC contender, it used to be the kind of first kind of 10 days up to the first rest day. That was all about playing safe, and then you've got the Pyrenees or the Alps and the Pyrenees. But you know, the design of this course is really kind of throwing the GC guys into it. The team time trial yesterday, and certainly the circuit today.
Been a very fast progress today, almost 50 kilometers an hour for much of the day. Have command at the front. Important to stay as cool, as calm and collected as possible. They want as many riders available to Tadej Pogacar. It was by the standards of This Melissa bike, slightly scruffy time trial yesterday for the UAE team Emirates XRG, and it was a much relieved Tadej Pogacar afterwards. He said, I'm relieved to get that one behind me. There's so much focus and attention on just 20 kilometres of Tour de France, and now he can turn his attention to what this team and indeed he does best, and that is glorious road racing, particularly when the road rises.
But this is another intense day. Yesterday was brutal for them. He was the fastest in the climb, of course. Not far behind him was Ghana. I mentioned that earlier on in the broadcast, but he was quite a few seconds ahead of Vingegaard in that climb yesterday when they timed him to the finishing line. But for UAE Team Emirates, they weren't as quick to that point.
Well, Tali has made it to the finishing circuit. How far behind at the moment? Showing he started the day 4 minutes 9 seconds down. I wonder how far down he is on that. He is Water Balai. It's going to be a long, long road for him for a couple of weeks, I think, to try and recover. And the morale as well must be absolutely in his boots at the moment. But he's going to be supported. Fausthofer, who was with him earlier on, and they've got a little bit of a battle today and indeed in the days to come. Last man on the road at the moment is through the line and onto the circuit. Some way adrift of this group. We're heading towards the second assault of the Chateau de Montjuic. Indeed, we're only about 700-800 metres now from the road rising once again.
Yeah, 5 kilometres to go on this circuit, so I think Delay will be... He's on the circuit, he just went through the finish. He should be okay. He's got a teammate with him. Just get him to the finish within the time limit. That's what they're worried about. So I think so far so good. I think you already mentioned it. For Molinari, he'll be hoping that it stays like this. Brandon McNulty takes another couple of points, of course, for the second category. He would be sitting on 5 points at the moment. So I think it's fingers crossed for Caja Rural at the moment.
Kevin Vogelan is back into the group and where he wants to be, although he looks like he might be just heading back to the team car for a bit of a conflab, maybe take on some supplies. The man who finished 7th overall, stage winner a couple of years ago in Tour de France back in 24. I wonder, could he repeat today? You wouldn't bet on it based on the first climb of Montjuic. McNulty still owns it on the front.
Another person we cannot discount, Richard Carapaz. I was a little bit surprised yesterday. He wasn't the kind of GC man for that Team EF Education Easy Post in the pink, but he's lurking in about 20th place as well. This is another type of finish that would suit him.
Yeah, first stage of Tour de Suisse. I'm not sure if you were watching it, Brian, but Pogacar took off at about 75 kilometres to go, and it was a long time before Richard Carapaz responded. But when he did, he lost very, very little time at all to Pogacar from then to the end, and it was a great return to racing indeed for Richard Carapaz. A signal, I think, that the form is good, and he's tuned it up nicely. So yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing Pidcock now starting to float towards the front, he's just moved up into third position, planning a long-range attack.
I think he'll wait. I think he'll be quite confident to take them on in the final run up towards the line. I don't think if he goes on the attack now, yes, it depends on who goes with him. But if he goes on the attack now, that he knows that there's enough UAE Team Emirates riders to ride him down, so you don't want to kind of waste that effort really. So I think for a lot of these guys, they'll be just hoping it comes down to the final ascent up to the finishing line. But like I said just before, he won't want to kind of hang around the back too much. He's moved up to third place. A lot of riders just sitting happy for the moment. And I'm just kind of trying to look down the string to see if we will see anybody try to go on the attack. And I think the pace at the moment is just strong enough. And I think if I was here as well, it'd be just saving as much as you can for the final run up towards the finishing line.
It's the difference between classics racing and stage racing for sure. There's so many riders in here with multiple objectives, and of course they've got to think about the long game. There's 3 long tough weeks of this. The weather conditions absolutely torturous when you consider that the temperatures are late 30s now, and it's screamingly difficult to try and hang on here. It's Braz Afonso, Clement Braz Afonso for the Groupama FDJ United squad. a debutant in Tour de France and already getting a little bit of a roasting. All sorts of speculation about what's going to happen in tomorrow's stage, but as indeed whether it's going to be affected by the weather, the searing hot conditions in the Pyrenees. We'll focus our attention now, though, on the final moments of stage 2. Still McNulty owns it. They're starting to lose riders from Visma Lease Bike. What an impressive performance so far from McNulty. He's got his friend and fellow countryman Jorgensen on his wheel at the moment.
Yeah, Bruno Armorai. That's, you know, he just kind of pulled out. You still get Jorgensen there, which I don't think he'd be too kind of worried about the situation. So I think for Vingegaard, 15 kilometres to go, as long as he's got 1 or 2 riders left, and I think he only has Matteo Jorgensen, who's done a terrific job. We mentioned it yesterday, but it does look as if he's got 1 other rider for Visma, Pignanzoli, as well. So that should be enough to kind of look after him if he needs anything. If he gets a flag stuck in his wheel or anything like that, you still have teammates round about you to help. But McNulty, well, he's the only rider that he did lap 1, and it looks like he's doing lap 2. How far can he go?
Yeah, and the further he goes, the better it is. Clouds of yellow dust, not the last of those we'll see through Tour de France, and the riders will cough and splutter their way through to the top of this climb. Just noticed Jordan Gigat for Total Energy didn't look in great form. Looked like he might be just dropping off top 10 finisher in 2025. Still looking for his best form. Abel Balderstone for the Cahir squad, still part of this group. So the lesser ranked team and the debutants still part of this one. Indeed, they have a couple of riders in there. It's that Para as well, I think. So a couple of Spanish riders from that pro team level squad still involved and still engaged and still believing. So up and over the top of the climb, second time of asking. No point scored there by Pogacar, so I think that means that Alex Molenaar can celebrate, albeit he's got to ride it through to the finish line and head to the podium at the end. Meanwhile, Jai Hindley is tapping out of rhythm. I wonder how his legs are responding after.
Well, he's here. That's a good thing. He's here
riding through
a support rider. So I think for Jai Hindley, he's recovered well enough from the Giro d'Italia. I think his job is to look after Lipovic and Evenepoel. So still Brandon McNulty on the frontier, doing a terrific job. He would have picked up another 2 points there to go on top of the 2 points he got in the first lap on this circuit. So he goes 4 points. Of course, Molenaar taking the 5 points in the second category climb. So, but I don't think the last time up this climb we'll see Brandon McNulty here. I think we're getting to the point now where if there's anybody in this group, if you aren't if you don't think you can go with Pogacar or Vingegaard or Mathieu van der Poel in the final time up this climb, then now is a great opportunity to try and go on the attack.
Cruise down for the rise to the finish line at the penultimate time on stage 2, and it's still Brandon McNulty available. Meanwhile, Ion Izagirre, rider who knows these roads well from Volta Caledonia and indeed Vuelta in the past. Izagirre down towards the back of the peloton for the Cofidis squad, one of the more mature riders in this peloton, 2 times a stage winner. It would require something exceptional for Cofidis, I think, to take stage honours today. All of the hot money has been on a GC fight. That's the way it's playing out at the moment, and they're continuing to grind along, albeit this is a large group. So if you have ambitions, shorter term ambitions just for the stage today, and you want to infiltrate the big names, what are you going to have to do now?
Yeah, that's the question. I think the majority of the riders here are quite happy where they are. I kind of alluded to, if now is the time, as we get through the finishing line now, if you don't have that kind of big punch and you don't think you can go toe-to-toe with some of these good punchers, this is your kind of last chance to try and get some sort of sliding room or some sort of gap before, because you can only think that we got onto this final climb, Declan, that the polka dot jersey is just going to be ripping it up here. There's a lot of riders kind of hanging on, but they're hanging on just for a case of, you know, to see this stage kind of drift away from them, because you can only think that whoever comes over the top of the climb puts themselves right in prime position for this stage win. And we definitely know now from the setup of UAE Team Emirates that Pogačar are going to have a crack at this one, and you know, they're just talking this over with Del Toro, because I think he's another one that this would suit. Then we got Evenepoel waiting for things to happen. Ayuso, well, Vatsek said he would be kind of trying to kind of look after him. Might be a little bit too difficult for him. Mathieu van der Poel is sitting nicely as well, so this is looking to be a cracker of a finish.
Yeah, 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the finish line as well, and surely the GC contenders will have half an eye on that one, maybe even more than that. And Tadej Pogačar already 12 seconds down on Jonas Vingegaard. He'd really quite like to just sort of reset that balance quite quickly. We'll see if Isaac Del Toro is going to be able to assist him in that, or whether Isaac Del Toro himself might be able to go on and take stage honours. So many imponderables now in this final 12 kilometres. Is that certain Mathieu van der Poel that is...
yeah, he's in the left-hand side there in the blue, just sitting there. Look at Declan, the way this is setting itself up is that a lot of them are just kind of waiting for the inevitable. You know, the last kind of sprint up the climb, then the descent to the finishing line. This is the opportunity in this part of the course where if you've got good legs and you think that you cannot go with the top guys, this is an opportunity for you to try and do something. But I just think that Brandon McNulty is riding a hard enough tempo, is keeping it all together. But no one's tried anything at all. They've all sat behind Brandon McNulty in these 2 laps so far, and we're heading towards the you know, the final 10 kilometres now. So any easement, any at all, and I think maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 riders might decide that they want to kind of try something, because a lot of them are sitting there knowing what's going to happen. If you were in there, Declan, you know what's going to happen. The way it's set up, you know that Pogačar is going to go. It's whether you can go with him.
Higuita lost time yesterday. Of course, his team badly affected by that crash. 3 riders hitting the deck. Higuita stayed upright, but Sergio Higuita maybe will he be given a little bit of space to explore his own opportunities now. 2 minutes and 18 seconds down on general classification. Still part of this group. Is today a day for him, or will he be thinking more of that tomorrow, which is another grippy assault as we head towards the Pyrenees? Still McNulty controls on the front. Inside 10 to go. We're going to reach the lower elements of this final climb with 4.1 kilometres of the day remaining, so about 5.5 before things get serious. And positioning up over that climb, ahead of the descent, ahead of the final 800-metre ramp, well, that's going to be key.
Yeah, definitely. I just kind of caught a quick glimpse of Tom Pidcock, who's now kind of hovering down the back. Plenty of communication between you know, all the teams. We saw Del Toro talk to Pogačar. Now Vingegaard is up talking to you know, his teammates. Pigginzoli's there, and of course Matteo Jorgensen. So you could say this is the kind of calm before the storm. Everybody knows the situation that they're in. You know, they're in the leading group now, but nobody, which is a little bit of surprise, that nobody's tried to kind of reach out for this one and go for a long one. I think Brandon McNulty set the tempo. It doesn't look overly fast, but I think what everybody's trying to do is save as much energy for this final climb.
Gareth Delbov from the Total Energy squad's on a good ride today. He's made his way back into this group. How long will he manage to hang on there, though? And indeed, what future plans or possibilities are there for Total Energy? Because at the moment, all the really strong energy is being displayed by the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. And this is, as you say, a very, very fast calm before the storm. Things a bit grippy before they get to the climb proper. Remco Evenepoel happy enough to ride in the down in the line, not too far behind, or is he right behind indeed, Tadej Pogačar?
Yeah, because that's the wheel to be on. Yeah, everybody knows that, you know, when he launches, you have to be on him. And You know, that seems to be the scenario that's going to happen. Everybody's just sitting there. Everybody knows that we're getting closer to this climb. Pogačar is going to launch. It's very clear. Whether he gets Del Toro to do this is going to be a kind of lead into this final climb. There's a lot of riders by there. Van Eetveld in the red for Lotto is still in there. We know Carapaz is there. But everybody's content and sitting in the wheel to wait for this final climb now.
X well represented. They've at least 2 riders close to the front. Tobias Holland Johannesson, I can only assume, is one of them. And Jonas Vingegaard just moves out of the line briefly. But it's still the UAE Team Emirates XRG. The 2 American riders on the front at the moment. Brandon McNulty, Matteo Jorgensen, rivals for the top 2 squads. And plenty of teammates available for both Jonas Vingegaard. Well, Jonas Vingegaard has 2 teammates. There are definitely more riders for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad close to the front at the moment. Isaac Del Toro is a big name. McNulty on the front.
Yeah, you've got Adam Yates is
well.
still in there as well. So, and then you've got Evenepoel, Lipovic just behind
Hindley,
Jai Hindley. You're right about Tobias Johannesson. 5th in this race last year, just going through this feed station, the French champion on the right hand side. A couple of Net Company Ineos riders, of course. Sexas is still in here. Egan Bernal, you've got to remember, is in the green jersey, so there's about 3 of them in this group. But then we move further back. Pidcock has moved up a little bit. Van der Poel far back at this moment at the back of this group, but I think you get a sense that I've kind of alluded to a couple of times already, that it's just all about this final climb now. Everybody's sitting and waiting, trying to save as much energy as possible, because they know that when Pogačar launches, it's about trying to go with him.
Can anybody prevent Tadej Pogačar from taking a 22nd career stage success in Tour de France? Will there be fractures at the front of the group if he does take it? And, well, will anyone else be? Indeed, more particularly with Jonas Vingegaard, who looked very cool, calm and collected in delivering that stage success, or anchoring indeed the Visma Lease bike squad to Team Time Trial success yesterday. Everybody's come into this Tour de France believing that they had honed their form to perfection and that they were ready to contend for stage and overall success. But now is I mean, they talk about the race of truth yesterday, and that will have answered a couple of questions and maybe created a few more worries for others. But for most riders, today is the first opportunity for them to test the legs proper in a road race situation and to try and understand how they feel. And communication, absolutely key. And Jonas Vingegaard is keeping, well, they're keeping him cool, and he's keeping them fully up to speed on exactly how he feels.
We're getting very close to the bottom of the climb now, about 1,300 metres now, and that's why we're starting to see a kind of change in the complexion at the front. More riders trying to find the good position. So, you know, we're in sight of the start of the final climb up over the top, and then it's a very short 2.5 kilometre down. We've already seen that a couple of times. So now we start to see a little bit of movement.
Yeah, a bit of movement at the front as Movistar and more particularly the X squad try to get their man, Tobias Holland Johannesson, into position. Vacek's also moving up Ayuso close to the front, and they're crowding around after all that great work done by Brandon McNulty. He'll understand now that the game is afoot, and the big names are going to start really firing everything they have left at these final 5 kilometres. Job done for Brandon McNulty. He will pull the plug and just try and recover and get set to go again, and hope that Tadej Pogačar, who's dropped back a little bit, as you might expect, as others crowd around, but still maintains a position, 1 in front of the yellow jersey. Other riders, that fast starting to appear.
Yeah, Pogačar got his shadow, because you know, that's the wheel to be on. Everybody knows what's going to happen. So, you know, Tiesj Benoot just kind of leading into this one. Sexas, well, he had a rough ride onto the circuit, but he's done rather well to get where he is at the moment. So it's Tiesj Benoot at least here. Pogačar has moved up. Foss is in second place there. the yellow jersey of Vingegaard. He looks good, so we start the climb, and it's just a matter of time for the launch of the polka dots.
Well, here he is. He just sort of rolls into third position and waits his moment. Looks a bit like Foss in second place. We've certainly got Teish Benoit at the front, and Sexas is in prime position, or was at any rate, within 2 places of the yellow jersey. Yellow jersey in turn is struggling, or is he struggling? He's on the tail of Isaac Del Toro, 2 behind his main rival. The big name rival, as Teish Benoit sets a very impressive tempo and just has a little look behind. And now the signal's right. Is Paul Sexas where he needs to be? Yates is starting to move up to crowd around to support Tadej Pogacar, and to put maybe just a little bit of a wedge between himself and the yellow jersey. That can only be useful. Every millimetre counts when they're on the limit here, close to the top of this climb. Well, 1,300 metres to the top of this climb. It levels off ever so slightly and then goes again.
Yeah, I think it looks as if he's going to wait a little bit. He's got Adam Yates sitting poised to kind of lead him a little bit further up. A glance behind to see who's on his wheel, and it's Evenepoel. Tom Pidcock can't see him. I think he seems to be kind of waiting for the steepest part of this climb.
Wait. And the steepest part of this climb is imminent. Who's going to be able to follow? We know the trigger is about to be pulled. And it's Yates that takes it up in second position behind Benoit and in front of the polka dots of Tadej Pogacar, the reigning champion. As Remco Evenepoel, he's been welded to the back wheel of Tadej Pogacar for the last, 10-15 kilometres or more. Jonas Vingegaard has muscled his way into position as well within 2 bikes of his main thread, as he might well see it. No sign of Filippo Ganna, who's sitting second overall at the moment, but they're all starting to crowd around. Sexas has a couple of riders to deal with. Bodin perhaps that is just one in front of him. Van der Poel going backwards, no surprise. He dreamt of stage honours today, but really, I think realistically, he knew that it was going to be tough. He's going backwards. It's not going to be for him today, but nonetheless, he'll live to fight on in days to come.
Yeah, just sitting poised now. Adam Yates leading the way here. There's a queue behind Tadej Pogacar, the polka dot jersey, because they know that he's going to go soon. He's going to try and go solo over the top of this climb. He's only got just over 500 metres. Del Toro moves up. He wants to get in front. And in fact, I think Del Toro, it's a good tactic, because if Pogacar launches, then Del Toro just let the wheel go.
Foss goes backwards for the Net Company Ineos squad. No Norwegian. And Egan Bernal as well, also starting to feel the pinch here, as Aronsman still available in the group. At any rate, UAE Team Emirates XRG still have 2 riders available for Tadej Pogacar, with Isaac Del Toro riding shotgun behind the polka dots.
Lipovic now kind of struggling at the back here on the right hand side, 25. Leaving it late if he's going to go inside 300 metres to go to the top here. Still Adam Yates, whether he's deciding that he wants to try and do it in the end in the sprint. Sexas looking good for Decathlon, and yes, really thinned out, but no one has decided to go yet, even Tadej Pogacar.
Well, it's a remarkable scenario as everybody waits and Adam Yates will be feeling the heat on the back of his neck. Feeling the heat everywhere on a day like this. As moving up, Richard Carapaz tries to put himself into position. He's never afraid of a longish range attack. We'll plunge down, short ramp to the finish after this one.
Johannesson goes in the left-hand side.
And Carapaz fancies a little bit of that. Pogacar is delighted as Adam Yates pulls off, and Remco Evenepoel finds himself elbowed out. I think Sexas has moved up. Vingegaard as well onto the tail of Tadej Pogacar. But it's Tobias Holland Johannesson that's going to lead them over the top and into the final 2.5 kilometres. He has a little look around to see and survey whether he's done much damage, and Carapaz doesn't need a second invitation.
Yeah, well, we never saw that attack from Pogacar, so he was quite content just sitting there, and it looks as if this is going to go to a sprint. This is a great opportunity now. As we see it easing, this is a great opportunity to try and go on the surprise, and taking the surprise on from the front. Carapaz trying to do it, but Pogacar is on him.
Well, the final part of this race offers another opportunity. They're all looking around. Offers an opportunity perhaps for Romain Gregoire to come back, but he's fighting a rearguard action. Surely going to be tough for him to play a role in this one. Now we've got Schelmoze, who's gone for a late attack. What about this from Matthias Schelmoze after his puncture problems yesterday? Frustration for the Lidl Trek man. He's got Juan Ayuso in position behind. A twin-pronged effort here, and they're asking a question from the UAE squad, who very usefully have the likes of Isaac Del Toro to assist in closing it down.
Yeah, I really did think that Pogacar would try and go on the attack and try and do something on that climb, but maybe that was the conversation at the bottom with Del Toro. He's quite happy and maybe taking it down to a sprint. Of course, we know that Pogacar in this type of scenario has got a good sprint come the end, but it's always a risk when you do this. But yeah, maybe he isn't feeling great, but then again, he's still winning with a great chance of winning this stage today in a very small select group now.
Very small indeed, but they're well strung out as a result of this searing attack from Matthias Schelmoze as he arrives onto the ramp into the final 800 metres, and it's Isaac Del Toro finds himself rolling over the top of the Dane, and the yellow jersey of Jonas Vingegaard wants to be present when the Mexican goes, and it's Tadej Pogacar on his wheels. So now they've separated themselves from the rest, and Del Toro is about to be replaced, I think, on the front, unless something remarkable happens. Here comes Tadej Pogacar rolling around Jonas Vingegaard, and it could well be a 1-2 finish here for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. Vingegaard picks up on the tail of Tadej Pogacar. No one wants to go too early, but it's Pogacar that has the opportunity, and Del Toro almost rides into the barrier. He still has the lead, and Pogacar, I think, wants to try and create a situation. He wants Del Toro to win this stage, and that's a remarkable thing, even with all the bonus seconds available. It's a 1-2 finish. Would you believe it, for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad? And how well was that played by Tadej Pogacar as he escorts the Mexican champion all the way to glory and to the victory on stage 2. Jonas Vingegaard, nothing he could do about it. He's first up to congratulate Isaac Del Toro, who takes the victory and collapses in joy and ecstasy at the level and the measure of his achievement. But that was Tadej Pogacar gifting him that one, and beautifully so.
How good did Pogacar look in that finish? That was incredible, and even to be alert enough just to allow this man to win his first Tour de France and his first Tour de France victory. This is a moment. This is the moment of the race. Incredible.
Oh, joy unbound. Absolutely imperious, and Tadej Pogacar helped to create this.
Well, he was trying to lead out Pogacar, his team leader. He looked around, almost hit the barriers at one point, and Pogacar came up alongside, and you could see him looking around. His head was swivelling around, and Vingegaard was on his limit there. And wow, what a finish for UAE Team Emirates. That's a dream scenario.
And the confidence of Tadej Pogacar to be able to give up those 4 bonus seconds as well, and not to be even remotely bothered about it. He's an incredibly productive race winner, isn't he, Isaac Del Toro? He's in his first Tour de France, his first Tour stage coming on stage 2, and it's already his 30th pro victory at just 22 years of age. What a stellar generational talent. Were it not for a man in the polka dots, Tadej Pogacar, well, I think this man would be comfortably the leader of this team. He's currently
kind of
heading to the podium to celebrate.
Forgetting to say that Evenepoel was third there. You know what I mean?
He came with a bit of a late run over the top of Vingegaard there, yeah.
So Vingegaard getting taken, no bonus seconds there at all. The best of the rest. That was a real tricky finish. It was all about position, but it was all about this man here. He closed down Schelmoze on his own, led out Pogacar, and everybody just disappeared off his wheel, and his team leader was just, this is, yeah, you don't often get this scenario, and yeah, milk it where you can, because that was an incredible finish to the stage for these two.
Incredible feat of athleticism for Tadej Pogacar to be able to lift him up as well. Won't be doing that on the third Sunday. And it's the joy, the ecstasy. I mean, Tom Pidcock talked about the fun of racing. They do enjoy racing their bikes, and this is, I think, another demonstration of just how important the team is to Tadej Pogačar and just how integrated into that atmosphere and that system Isaac Del Toro is. In the moment, he's able to acknowledge the support and the importance of that support from Tadej Pogačar.
But just look at the gaps behind. It was a real slow burner. I really did think that Pogačar was going to go on that final climb. He didn't. He was confident in sprinting. He looked really good there. But yeah, to manufacture that win for Del Toro and even allow him to win, there's not many would do that situation, because like you said, Declan, there's bonus seconds up for grabs there. There's another stage win in the Tour de France, but to gift Del Toro that, you know, that's the sign of a true champion.
He's at the top of his game. And Isaac Del Toro's at the top of the pile. He takes the win from Tadej Pogačar. It's a 1-2 finish for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. Remco Evenepoel mops up the final bonus seconds in third. Vingegaard Schjelmoza hangs on for fifth. Couple of Danes in the top five. Well, the expected outcome in terms of GC contenders. Maybe not the 1-2 in the order we expected. But it's a show of strength after Visma Lease Bike's opening day salvo. Glory for the UAE Team Emirates squad. On day two, they take the first road race stage. Isaac Del Toro is a stage winner in his first Tour de France on day two. Tadej Pogačar is in the box seat to challenge Jonas Vingegaard. Well, the moment of ecstasy, the moment as they take it on and get a sense of what they've achieved. Perfect team performance. So many riders available to them at the close, including Adam Yates. How does he feel about this one?
Look at these pictures. Mauro Gianetti cheering on Adam. Adam, can we get a quick comment? Double win for UAE.
Yeah, amazing way to start the race. I think we started well yesterday, but you know, we're not really super specialists in this TTT stuff. So we did a good ride yesterday. Morale was high, and I think it showed today.
And Isaac taking the win, Pogačar second. Tell us about that confidence, what that gives to the team.
Yeah, I think we always knew we had two cars to play. You know, with I think every race we go to, we kind of try and play to our strengths with numbers, and yeah, it worked out really well there. You know, Isaac is going super well, and also Tadej, we know he's the best in the world. So it's going to be a long 3 weeks, but hopefully an enjoyable one.
Finally, Adam, we missed you. You haven't raced since the Giro, where you crashed out. How was it to put back the numbers on?
Honestly, a little bit nervous. I mean, I only did 2 stages of the Giro, and both of them stages are like super slippy, you know, with the roads in Bulgaria. So, you know, you come to Tour de France and it's double speed for everything. You know, the fans, the speed of the race, and just everything. So a little bit nervous, but I think you saw today we finished off.
Someone wants to say hi to you.
Oh, fuck. Good job, bro.
This guy is machine, guys.
Congrats, Tadej.
Thank you. No, keep going.
No, I'm finished. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Oh, lovely little interchange there, just at the end as well, just showing what a team player Tadej Pogačar is, and just how good the spirit is, the team spirit in Team UAE Team Emirates. Just wonderful to see. Let's hear from the stage winner then.
Isaac, it's only your first Tour de France. It's only your second day on the Tour de France, and already you've won a stage on the world's greatest race. What does it mean for you?
No, it means really everything. I said before, I'm a very privileged guy. Yeah, you cannot believe how much we work as a team to be here. Plenty of confidence by the whole team. Really, this is the work of everybody, my family, my friends when I grow up. I cannot believe I just did in this attempt, this just insane. Really, also to appreciate like Tadej being the same team as him and the best team in the world is just really like full emotions, and you cannot believe how it feels now for me, especially for my country, and everything what's going on is just insane, really. This thanks to my teammates.
Tell us what happened in that final kilometer.
I mean, we were going super fast. We predict like this can happen. In the top of the climb, I was not able to be in the top position. So then I was able to almost pass to try to bring back Escamos. And we make a plan for Tadej. And I did it. But at the end, the gap was bigger, so I just went with the flow to the finish line.
And you win a stage, and when you look at the Brandon McNulty, Tadej, they were... Ah, well, there you go. That means a lot, huh? To have Tadej so happy, to have Brandon so happy.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of opportunities don't come almost never, and yeah, I'm super proud to be able to have the level to manage these kind of situations.
You mentioned Mexico. I imagine it must be crazy in Mexico. Who cares about the Football World Cup?
No.
We have Isaac Del Toro in cycling.
No, of course we have these 11 guys ripping it in the football soccer, but yeah, it's just insane. They are doing amazing, and to be at the same level here in France and the most hard race ever is like a dream.
Viva Mexico. Gracias.
Thank you.
Delight for Isaac Del Toro, and congratulated there on the line by Brandon McNulty. He's been congratulated, of course, by Tadej Pogacar, who assisted him across the line to finish in second place. The first ever time that UAE Team Emirates have had a 1-2 at the Tour de France. And in spite of all of his best efforts, Jonas Vingegaard unable to finish in the top three. Last kilometre here that we will be able to see, but you have to remember, you go back about 50 kilometres to go, I think, or maybe even 60, and yeah, Isaac Del Toro was in real trouble. We saw Schellmoser hoof it off the front. Vingegaard was with him. Pogacar glued to Vingegaard's wheel. But then Del Toro coming to the fore, glance over the shoulder. Pogacar just making sure that he was in the best possible position. A late surge there from Remco Evenepoel. But at this stage, Pog knew it was in the bag and just coached Del Toro over the line.
Congrats, guys. Congrats. Second, guys. Congrats. Chapeau. First Del Toro, second Tadej. Perfect.
One of the riders who was up there when we went across Montjuic for the final time was Richard Carapaz. Let's hear from him now.
Richard Carapaz, cuéntanos sobre tu atacar y
Tell us then about your tactics on today's stage.
Bueno, no, sabíamos que hoy era un día especial y bonito.
We knew that today was going to be a special day. The Montjuic climb obviously is a special one, and eventually I had the legs to try, and I thought I'd be able to go, but in the end I just didn't have anything left. Were you surprised that Pogacar didn't attack today?
Y bueno, al final él sabía que era el más rápido aquí en la llegada, así que
in the end, he
tenía todo bajo control.
finished second, so he had plenty of options, really, didn't he? How are your legs feeling after these opening couple of stages? Are you fighting for the GC?
Intentar ganar una etapa, ¿no? Hoy teníamos la oportunidad. Lo intenté.
We're going to try and focus on winning stages. Today I did attempt to do that, but we've got another 19 to go. Well, Jonas Vingegaard in the yellow jersey. Let's take a look at what the GC standings look like now. So Vingegaard still in yellow, Pogacar up into second place, now 6 seconds behind. Remco in third, Isaac Del Toro up 2 places into fourth, Juan Ayuso down 1, and then we've got Sexes, Gregoire, Lipovitz, Martinez and Pidcock currently rounding out that top 10.
Ce sera bien l'instant de vérité à cette occasion dans les Alpes, à l'occasion de ces moments très intenses qui permettront de déterminer quel sera le vainqueur du classement général de ce 113e Tour de France. En tout cas, un constat, l'équipe de Tadej Pogacar est très forte. L'équipe de Tadej Pogacar qui a fait forte impression tout au long de ce final avec Brandon McNulty, avec Isaac Del Toro.
Well, let's go and hear from Andre Alpman and hear what he has to say about today's stage.
Andre Alpman, what an incredible day for the team, for Mexico, for Isaac Del Toro. A stage victory in his first Tour de France, and he wins stage 2. Can you summarise the feelings?
Yeah, really amazing and perfect scenario for us. We didn't work too much first part of the stage, and then before the final laps, amazing work from all of the team, and then Brandon on the final lap, he did something impossible, and later Adam, and then we just say on the radio that today and Isaac need to speak what to do on the final kilometer, and you see then final meters that how they decide.
What did they say in the radio then?
No, we didn't speak a lot. I speak that they need to. I tell them that they need to speak to each other, and I think that they speak or not. I don't know. You need to ask them.
How special is this victory for Mexico? I can see around the buses here, and also Tadej took the big Mexican flag. This is a huge moment for the country and for Isaac.
For sure, for Mexico, but even for us, it's really nice to see how great champion is today. You know, you just can see on final 200 meters, he just calculate and control the sprint.
And last question, what happened with the confusion where Isaac Del Toro was in trouble, he was in the shade? What happened there with that complication? Did you miss him or not see him?
Yeah, we didn't. We know that he had problem, and then we passed the convoy to help him, and we didn't see him when he stopped because of too much crowd. So was quite stressful, but luckily the pace in the group was not so high, so he was managed to come back without really big effort.
Thank you, Andre. Congratulations.
Thank you.
was mentioning that it is an even more remarkable victory, really, for Isaac Del Toro, considering the issues that he had in that stage. It will be one of the images of this year's Tour de France, no doubt about it. A UAE 1-2 and a first ever Tour de France stage win for Isaac Del Toro. So yellow jersey for Jonas Vingegaard, into the green jersey for Isaac Del Toro, and also into the white jersey as well for the young Mexican. And the King of the Mountains will be worn by Alex Molinar. Isaac Del Toro, winner of the stage, and Felix Engelhardt deservedly getting the most combative rider of the day. So let's take a look then at the highlights of the day. Stage 2 of the Tour of France. The Tour de France going from Tarragona through to Barcelona. 3 riders in the breakaway from very early on. Alex Molinar, Frank van den Broek and Felix Engelhardt, the recently crowned German champion. Those 3 went across the sprint line out in first place. Molinar, Engelhardt, van den Broek, and then it was Biniam Girmay who was next across the line. Pedersen, Philipsen, Turgis, Merlier, Canter and Matthews rounding out the top 10. An issue for Isaac Del Toro. He had a mechanical, was waiting in the shade. His first team car went past him, so he had a lot of work to do with 58 kilometres to go. Getting back in, Paul Sexes had to dig deep as well, swapping his bike with Aurélien Paré-Peintre, and he did manage to get back in on terms with the main peloton as they got into Barcelona, onto 3 laps around and up Montjuic. Taking the bell with 12 kilometres to go. The Mayor of Barcelona ringing that bell as they went up for the final time on the Montjuic climb. Brandon Van Alte was first over it on the previous 2 occasions. On the final one, a battle which eventually looked as though it was going to be the springboard for potentially an attack from Richard Carapaz or Tadej Pogacar. In the end, as they sprinted up towards the line, Isaac Del Toro doing enough to hold on. Pogacar just sitting patiently in second, ensuring that Vingegaard was fading away. And in the end, Vingegaard faded away so severely that he didn't get any of the bonus seconds. First Del Toro, second Pogacar, third Remco Evenepoel.
No worse.
Isaac Del Toro delighted as he makes his way across the line in first place for the very first time in a Tour stage. So time then for the podium. A hugely popular winner here. Just 22 years of age, taking part in his first Tour de France, Isaac Del Toro is a stage winner. He now just needs a stage win in the Vuelta a España to complete his Grand Tour set.
Isaac Del Toro, à qui succède à Raúl Alcalá 36 ans après, premier Mexicain depuis 1990, a remporté une étape du Tour de France.
Lliuraran i estaran presents a la cerimònia el senyor Berni Álvarez, conseller d'Esports de la Generalitat de Catalunya.
Et accompagné également à ses côtés de Jaume Colboni, monsieur le maire de Barcelone, qui nous accompagne sur le podium. Eh bien voilà, il a
Joan Colboni, the mayor of Barcelona, is up there on the podium.
Sa première victoire d'étape, Isaac Del Toro.
As Isaac Del Toro celebrates that very first Tour de France stage win, and he won't forget it. And I'm sure he will have an image of him and Tadej Pogacar up on his wall for many years to come. Well, still in yellow, Jonas Vingegaard. Let's get some reaction from inside his camp about how they saw the day going.
Margrave, to talk me through today's stage, are you almost relieved that it's over? It looked very stressful, very hectic out there on those laps.
Yeah, it was a really hot day, especially on the first climb. It was already 40 degrees. Also here on the laps it stayed really warm. You saw that when we went on to the laps, it was immediately 75%, I think, from the bunch that had to drop, and we went with 35-40 riders over the first stop. UAE kept in control over the laps until the last time, and there Matteo brought Jonas in a good position. He was exactly where he needed to be. There were no moves on the final climb, so we went with a bigger group into the finish straight, and there Del Toro actually went from the corner. Really strong effort. Nobody was able to pass him. I think Pogacar still was able to, but he let his teammate win, and Jonas finished in the same time.
Were you surprised on that final ascent of the climb? There was no moves, so to speak. Tobias Holland Johannesson tried for Uno X Mobility, Richie Carapaz too, but nothing before that.
No, exactly. Yeah, we were ready for it, and like you always need to be on a climb like this close to the finish. But yeah, nothing happened, and that was also fine for us.
Just talk me through the finish, fourth place there for Jonas Vingegaard. I mean, was it a case of just be there, keep yourself out of trouble, or just couldn't quite challenge for the stage victory?
We know that he just needs to be there to challenge for the stage win. Being less explosive than the others is more difficult. That's also what he showed, and he's just there, and we're happy with that.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Música, el lliurament dels mallots, i comencem, com no, el mallot groc.
Still in yellow, Jonas Vingegaard, 6-second advantage now over Tadej Pogacar.
Deuxième jour en jaune sur le Tour 2026. Il est danois, Jonas Vingegaard. Le coureur de l'équipe Visma Lease Bike, double vainqueur du Tour de France 2022-2023.
Aquí tenim guanyador del Tour 2022-2023, estrenant amb aquesta victòria en aquesta edició, rebent precisament la distinció del senyor Jaume Collboni, alcalde de Barcelona.
Accompagné également de Romain Basset, membre du COMEX LCL, le parrain du maillot jaune de leader depuis bientôt 30 ans. Chapeau, Jonas Vingegaard, maillot jaune qu'il n'avait plus porté depuis 2023.
Doncs mira, 3 anys que el portava, ara està molt content, molt lluït, avui els ha lluït per les carreteres de Catalunya, demà també ho farà.
So these are the GC standings at the end of stage 2 of the 2026 Tour de France. Jonas Vingegaard with a 6-second advantage over Tadej Pogacar, Remco Evenepoel and Isaac Del Toro both moving up 2 places. Paul Sexas moving up 4, and it's starting to take shape here. Let's get some analysis from down at the finish line.
It was so cool to watch Tadej Pogacar controlling like a boss, that no one was able to overtake his teammate Isaac Del Toro to leave him win the stage. Actually, Anders, I know you talked to a few UAE guys. Tell us more about what you caught.
It was special to witness the emotions, the UAE teammates of Del Toro and Pogacar. The 3 of us, we've watched Tadej Pogacar winning a lot of stages in the Tour de France, but this was the very first one for Isaac Del Toro, and to have the big boss handing you over the stage win, that is something special. I think maybe Jens has tried this before, to take a double stage win, and to do it in the Tour de France, it doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, it happened, of course, in Canada with Brandon McNulty, but actually today he usually likes to win on his own. But I remember you shaking for the cold at the Giro d'Italia after the stage that Igor Arrieta won. Today was the opposite. Tell us more about the feeling you had on the motorbike, but also how the rider deal with this hit.
Well, we went from one extreme to the other extreme, and every time somebody from Team UAE wins the stage. Like today, we had 38 degrees max temperature on my motorbike, so for the riders it was incredibly hot. We saw a lot of traffic, riders going back to get fresh water bottles, ice bags for their necks. We had on every uphill bit, like the entire peloton had people standing there handing out more water bottles. Hydration was the key today to survive and to be able to be operational on this tricky, hard circuit.
And tomorrow is going to be even hotter, also because it's going to be the first high mountain stage of the Tour.
Del mallot de la muntanya.
And approaching that first mountain stage of the Tour de France, the man wearing the maillot à pois, the King of the Mountains jersey, will be Alex Molenaar.
Son premier Tour de France et endosse son premier maillot distinctif, le néerlandais
And
Alex Molenaar.
A really big moment for Caja Rural Seguros.
L'équipe espagnole invitée sur ce Tour de France.
L'equip invitat en aquest Tour de France, el Caja Rural Molenaar, que avui ha estat en aquesta gran escapada i que ha sumat els punts pujant a l'Alt de Vegas, és el mallot dels punts de la muntanya. És una cerimònia conduïda per l'alcalde de Tarragona, el senyor Rubén Viñuales.
Accompagné également de Pierre-François Roche, que l'on salue à Véran Leclerc, à Ciudad Real, à nos côtés également pour cette cérémonie protocolaire. Un grand merci et vos applaudissements pour Alex Molenaar, le meilleur grimpeur à l'issue de cette deuxième étape. Il a fait partie de cette longue échappée. Il est passé au sommet de la côte de Béguès. 5 points marqués par Alex. Elle repartira demain avec ce maillot mythique.
Molenaar ha sumat aquests punts suficients.
Il y aura dans quelques instants le classement de meilleurs jeunes avec ce célèbre maillot blanc associé donc à la marque Chris, les opticiens Chris qui nous accompagnent depuis de nombreuses années sur le Tour de France. Un grand merci à eux également.
So there's the King of the Mountain standings with Brennan McNulty first over the first 2 climbs of Montjuic, giving himself 4 points now in these standings, just 1 behind Molenaar. And Engelhardt is currently in third with Thomas Janssen with a couple of points along with Frank Vandenbroek.
Jonas Vingegaard, thanks for that show, that punchy final. Talk us through the circuits and the sprint against Pogacar and Del Toro.
Was it ended up being a decent day. It was not an easy day, and I think this circuit is not really my favorite circuit. It's not my favorite terrain to do these short climbs. So I think I can be pretty happy with keeping the yellow jersey, and they had a very strong finish there in the end, and they did a super good job today. So they really deserved the victory today.
Just quickly, Jonas, Isaac Del Toro, some words on his performance and the speed he came out into the last climb.
Yeah, he took a lot of speed into the last kicker there towards the finish, and he has a very good sprint. I know that, so he really deserves the victory today.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
Aquí está.
Well, it's a doubly good day for Isaac Del Toro because he's also into the white jersey.
Jamais 203, troisième passage sur le podium pour Isaac Del Toro. Le Mexicain de l'équipe UAE, Team Emirates XRG, meilleur jeune de l'épreuve.
Aquí està en representació de l'alcaldessa de Granollers, Alba Barnosell. Benvinguda lliurant aquesta cerimònia del mallot blanc.
Et aux côtés également de Laurent Sartori, invité Chris, qui est à nos côtés également pour saluer les coureurs.
So let's take a look at stage 3 from Granollers to Les Angles as the race finally comes into France on stage 3. quite early on. The Côte de Saint-Foy de Codine is a third category stage. Then at Camp de Vanol, there will be the intermediate sprint. All that before the first category climb of this year's Tour de France at the Col de Teuze. The Col du Calvaire and Les Angles then see us through to our conclusion in what is the first day of real climbing, finishing at 1,794 metres, 3,850 metres of elevation in stage 3.
Voici le champion d'Allemagne, c'est son
Our most combative rider given a reward for all of his endeavours out at the front of today's stage. Felix Engelhardt, the newly crowned German champion, getting the combativity award today, and well deserved. Should have gone to either him or Alex Molinari, and considering that Molinar's picked up the King of the Mountains jersey today, only fair that Engelhardt gets something as well. So stage 3 tomorrow, kicking off at 12 o'clock Central European time. We've got UCI Mountain Bike World Series on as well, along with the Chamonix Speed Finals in climbing. That's Saturday at 9 o'clock. We've got some car racing, Endurance World Championships, the 6 hours of Sao Paulo. You can get it all on HBO Max.
C'est vrai, Sergi, une remarque très juste. Hein. Il y a les 2 jours ici à Montjuic, il y aura 2 jours également à l'Alpe.
Stage 2 saw the birth of Isaac Del Toro's love affair with the Tour de France. Make sure you join us tomorrow to see what unfolds as we approach the Pyrenees.